Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. Rain fell in sheets across Gotham City, each drop carrying the grime of urban life back to earth. The sound created a constant background hush, nature's own white noise drowning out the usual cacophony of city existence. From his perch atop the abandoned Janus Cosmetics building, Batman watched the docks through lenses designed to pierce the thickening fog. The weather had transformed Gotham's industrial shoreline into a world of shadows and silhouettes, perfect conditions for those who preferred their business to remain unseen. Thermal imaging shows 12 figures at the East Warehouse. Alfred's calm voice delivered the information through Batman's cowl. They've maintained position for the last hour. No visible weapons, but body language suggests they're waiting rather than conversing. Batman didn't respond verbally, merely adjusting his position slightly. Alfred understood the silence. Communication between them had evolved beyond the necessity of words. After years of partnership, the absence of response conveyed acknowledgement better than any spoken confirmation. The rain intensified, droplets tapping against Batman's armor in an irregular rhythm. Across the bay, the skeletal outlines of loading cranes loomed like prehistoric creatures frozen in the mist. This particular section of the docks had remained officially closed for months, damaged in the last major storm surge and deemed too costly to repair immediately. The city's budget priorities lay elsewhere. A convenient oversight for those who found abandoned spaces useful. Movement at the north entrance, Alfred noted, his voice measured and low. Single vehicle, lights off. Black sedan, windows tinted beyond legal limits. Batman's enhanced vision caught the subtle disturbance in the rain pattern as the car glided to a stop. The driver remained inside while 3 figures emerged from the passenger side, moving with the confident precision of those accustomed to operating in darkness. They carried no visible weapons, yet their cautious approach to the warehouse spoke volumes about the nature of their visit. For weeks, Batman had been tracking shifts in Gotham's criminal ecosystem. Unlike the usual territorial disputes, marked by gunfire, explosions, and dramatically staged bodies, this conflict moved like fog itself, silent, pervasive, leaving no evidence behind. Crime scenes without crimes, territories changing hands without battles, influence transferring without a single reported threat. This silence was precisely what had drawn Batman's attention. In Gotham, quiet rarely meant peace. It meant someone had found a more efficient way to instill fear. The car matches the description of one seen at the Burnley shipping office last Thursday, Alfred continued. The night their security systems experienced that unfortunate malfunction. Batman remembered. An entire shipping company's digital infrastructure had mysteriously reset itself, erasing 3 months of cargo manifests and employee records. By morning, the company had new management, the previous owners suddenly responsive to buyout offers they'd been rejecting for years. No threats, no violence, just the quiet rewriting of Gotham's commercial landscape. The three figures reached the warehouse entrance, where they were met by two larger shadows that materialized from the doorway. No words appeared to be exchanged, yet a clear communication occurred through subtle gestures. Professional, disciplined, the kind of operation that required extensive preparation and absolute trust among participants. "I've isolated ambient audio," Alfred said. "Nothing beyond the rain and dock equipment. Whatever communication is happening, it's entirely non-verbal." Batman shifted his position, preparing to move closer. The familiar weight of the grapnel gun settled in his hand, ready to carry him across the expanse of misty air between buildings. Before he could fire, however, his enhanced vision caught a flicker of movement several warehouses north, a shadow detaching itself from deeper shadows. "Alfred, there's someone else watching this meeting," Batman sub-vocalized, the cowl's sensitive microphone picking up words spoken barely above a breath. Cross-referencing with known positions, Alfred replied after a brief pause. "No known GCPD surveillance operations tonight. Most are occupied with the mayor's security detail across town." Batman's lenses zoomed in, cutting through layers of rain and mist to focus on the distant observer. The figure moved with practiced stealth, positioning themselves for optimal sight lines while maintaining cover. Professional training evident in every economical movement. "Detective Montoya," Batman confirmed as the figure briefly passed through a diffused cone of security lighting. "Working alone." Alfred's sigh carried a weight of understanding. "Considering the recent internal affairs investigations, I imagine official channels aren't particularly receptive to her concerns at present." The GCPD's corruption problems had intensified in recent months, coinciding with the silent reshuffling of Gotham's criminal hierarchies. Too many coincidences for Batman's liking. Montoya had been vocal about her suspicions, which had predictably resulted in her reassignment to mundane cases that kept her away from organized crime investigations. Yet here she was, conducting unauthorized surveillance in the rain, either driven by stubborn dedication to justice or pursuing a personal lead, possibly both. Batman respected her persistence, though it potentially complicated tonight's operation. The warehouse door opened fully, and the gathered figures began to move inside. Whatever meeting had been arranged was transitioning to its next phase, away from potential outside observation. Batman needed to get closer to understand what was happening in this silent gathering that warranted such secrecy. "I'm moving in," he informed Alfred. "Keep tracking Montoya's position." "Of course, sir. I've also been analyzing the pattern of security camera failures throughout the district. There's a methodical sequence that suggests a rolling blackout of surveillance. Whatever is happening in that warehouse, someone has ensured it will occur in a temporary blind spot of precisely 8 minutes. Batman fired the grapnel line, the sound of its deployment muffled by a particularly heavy surge of rainfall. The line caught securely, and he launched himself into the open space between buildings, his cape billowing briefly before he controlled its surface area to guide his descent. He landed on the warehouse roof with practiced silence, moving immediately to a ventilation shaft that intelligence suggested would provide both access and audio observation capabilities. The metal grate removed with minimal effort, its security features long since surrendered to Gotham's persistent corrosion. Batman lowered himself into the narrow passage, the confines of the shaft a familiar discomfort he barely registered anymore. The sound of rainfall diminished as he descended deeper into the building's skeletal infrastructure, replaced by the subtle vibrations of movement below. The shaft opened into a maintenance crawl space above what had once been the warehouse's main storage area. Through grated flooring, Batman could observe the gathering below without exposing his position. What he saw confirmed his suspicions about the nature of this meeting. 12 figures stood in a rough circle, their attention focused on a man whose pristine white suit contrasted sharply with the decaying industrial setting. Roman Sionis' black mask. Though tonight he wore no mask at all, his exposed face carried the confidence of someone who no longer feared identification. A man who believed himself untouchable by conventional law enforcement. Black Mask held no weapon, made no threatening gestures. He simply stood, occasionally making deliberate hand movements that the others observed with intense focus. Around him, representatives from Gotham's various criminal factions maintained respectful distances from each other. Rivals who would normally never share space without violence were cooperating in this strange, silent conclave. "I have visual on the meeting," Batman whispered. "Black Mask is conducting some kind of silent briefing. Representatives from the Maroni, Falcone, and Odessa operations are present, along with several independent contractors I recognize from weapons trafficking cases. Curious company," Alfred commented. "These are factions that have been actively eliminating each other for generations. Their cooperation defies established patterns." Below, Black Mask removed a small device from his pocket, a simple tablet computer. He tapped its surface several times, then turned it to display something to the assembled group. From Batman's angle, he couldn't see the screen, but the reaction was immediate and uniform, solemn nods of understanding and acceptance. One by one, the representatives approached Black Mask, accepting what appeared to be small data devices passed discreetly from hand to hand. No words were exchanged, no questions asked. The choreography of their movements suggested this wasn't the first such meeting. This group had established protocols, understood expectations. "Alfred, something's happening with the building's power system," Batman noticed as subtle changes in the ambient electrical field triggered sensors in his cowl. "Confirming," Alfred responded after a moment. "The entire block just went dark on city monitoring systems. Backup generators should be engaging for essential services, but all networked cameras and audio monitoring devices would be temporarily disabled." Below, as if on cue, several of the assembled figures produced handheld scanning devices, methodically sweeping the warehouse interior. Looking for surveillance equipment, Batman realized, or perhaps, more concerningly, looking for him. "They're scanning for electronic signatures," Batman observed. "Professional counter-surveillance equipment." One of the scanners paused, its operator looking upward toward the maintenance crawl space. Batman remained perfectly still, the suit's stealth systems working to minimize any detectable energy signature. After a tense moment, the scanner moved on, its operator apparently satisfied. Black Mask made another series of hand gestures, pointing toward different areas of the city on a large map that one of his associates had unfolded across a makeshift table. Each gesture was acknowledged with nods from specific representatives. Territory being assigned, Batman realized, a silent redistribution of Gotham's criminal geography without the usual bloodshed such changes required. "I need to get closer," Batman decided. "Something about this doesn't follow Black Mask's established patterns." "I should note that Detective Montoya appears to be attempting the same," Alfred informed him. "Thermal imaging shows she's approaching the west entrance. Given the level of security consciousness displayed by this group, her detection seems inevitable." Batman recalculated immediately. Montoya was a skilled detective, but she lacked his equipment and training for this type of infiltration. If discovered, she would become an immediate liability, potentially a fatality. Black Mask's operations rarely left witnesses. "Diverting to intercept Montoya," Batman confirmed, already moving back through the ventilation system toward an exit point that would allow him to reach the detective before she compromised her position. The rain continued its relentless percussion against the warehouse exterior as Batman emerged onto a narrow maintenance walkway. From this vantage, he could see Montoya's approach, careful, professional, but lacking the specialized equipment necessary to detect the sophisticated security perimeter Black Mask's team had established. She was moments away from triggering a proximity sensor hidden beneath a seemingly ordinary puddle. Batman launched himself from the walkway, cape extended to control his descent through the rain-filled air. He landed silently behind Montoya, closing the distance between them with practiced efficiency. "Detective," he spoke just loudly enough to be heard over rainfall, his hand already moving to intercept her next step. To her credit, Montoya didn't visibly startle, though her hand instinctively moved toward her service weapon before recognition registered. "I might have known you'd be here," she muttered, withdrawing her foot from its path toward the hidden sensor. "We guess we're both interested in the sudden peace and quiet among Gotham's finest citizens." "This operation is beyond GCPD resources," Batman stated simply. "Black Mask has implemented counter-surveillance measures that would detect standard police equipment." Montoya's expression hardened slightly. "Bold of you to assume I'm here officially. Badge doesn't mean much these days, not when half the department is on someone's private payroll." She gestured toward the warehouse. "What's happening in there? Because whatever it is, it's connected to 3 of my witnesses disappearing and a dozen case files being corrupted beyond recovery." "A redistribution," Batman explained concisely. "Black Mask is consolidating control over Gotham's criminal operations without the usual territorial conflicts. No bullets, no bodies, just the strategic application of leverage and information." "Smart," Montoya acknowledged grimly. "Can't investigate crimes that technically never happen. No evidence, no case." She studied Batman's expression, or what little of it was visible. "But you didn't just happen to find me to share theories. What do you need?" "Information. You've been tracking the pattern longer than I have. What connected the witnesses who disappeared?" Montoya hesitated only briefly before answering. "D-May all worked for the same private security firm 5 years ago, Sage Tech Solutions. Company went bankrupt after some corporate espionage scandal, but its employees scattered throughout Gotham's security sector. My witnesses were all positioned at companies or organizations that recently experienced those convenient system failures." Batman processed this new information against what he already knew. They weren't random targets, they were loose ends. People who might recognize whatever method Black Mask is using to compromise security systems. "That's my theory," Montoya agreed, "but I can't prove it without..." She stopped abruptly, attention shifting to something over Batman's shoulder. "We have movement. 3 o'clock, loading bay." Batman turned, enhanced vision penetrating the rain to confirm Montoya's observation. The meeting was concluding, participants departing through different exits at carefully timed intervals. Black Mask himself remained inside, seemingly content to let his associates depart first, another deviation from his typically paranoid protocols. "I need to continue surveillance on Black Mask," Batman decided. "You should withdraw before their security sweep expands to this perimeter." Montoya looked like she wanted to argue, but ultimately nodded. "Fine, but we need to compare notes on this." She reached into her pocket, producing a small data drive. "This contains everything the GCPD officially doesn't know about the recent coincidental system failures. Might help you see the pattern I've been tracking." Batman accepted the drive with a slight nod. "I'll contact you when I have something concrete. Through Gordon, I assume." Montoya's tone carried a hint of weariness. "He's one of the few I still trust, but his office is definitely compromised. Careful what channels you use." With that warning, she withdrew into the shadows, moving with the practiced stealth of someone who had learned to navigate Gotham's dangers long before earning a detective's badge. Batman watched until he was certain she had cleared the warehouse's security perimeter before turning his attention back to the primary target, Alfred. Montoya provided additional intelligence, Batman subvocalized. Cross-section any connections between Sagitech solutions and recent security system failures across Gotham. Focus on personnel overlap and proprietary technologies. Already initiating the search, Alfred confirmed. And Batman? The timing of those system failures creates a rather concerning pattern when mapped across the city grid. They're not random targets. They're creating a sequence of blind spots throughout Gotham's surveillance infrastructure, temporary ones now, but if the affected systems were permanently compromised, Black Mask would have invisible corridors throughout the city. Batman finished the thought, pathways where his operations could move without digital witnesses. The implications were significant. Most modern criminal investigations relied heavily on digital evidence, surveillance footage, electronic transactions, communication records. By systematically creating gaps in this digital observation network, Black Mask was essentially making his operations ghost-like, impossible to track through conventional methods. Inside the warehouse, the last of the representatives was departing, leaving Black Mask alone with just 2 associates, bodyguards based on their positioning and alertness. The crime lord retrieved his tablet, studying something on its screen with apparent satisfaction before making a gesture to his guards. They moved toward the exit, suggesting their business was concluded. Batman needed to know what information had been distributed on those data devices. Whatever Black Mask's next move entailed, the details had been shared in that meeting, passed silently from hand to hand, in digital form rather than spoken aloud where they might be intercepted. As Black Mask and his guards moved toward their vehicle, Batman plotted an interception route. The sedan that had delivered the crime lord would likely have digital systems of its own, systems that might be accessed and cloned without their knowledge. It wasn't ideal, but it offered a potential intelligence opportunity with minimal risk of alerting Black Mask to Batman's surveillance. "I'm moving to intercept Black Mask's vehicle," Batman informed Alfred. "Going to attempt to clone any onboard systems once they're mobile, understood? I'll prepare the Batmobile to shadow their route at a safe distance. If I might suggest the southeast approach, the infrastructure there creates natural electromagnetic interference that might mask your digital intrusion." Batman acknowledged with a slight affirmative sound, already moving along the warehouse exterior, using the rain and darkness as natural cover. The timing would need to be precise. Black Mask's security protocols were thorough, and any detection would likely result in the immediate destruction of whatever digital information they were carrying. The sedan's engine hummed to life, a barely audible sound beneath the persistent rainfall. Batman positioned himself at the edge of the property, where the access road curved sharply before joining the main thoroughfare. The vehicle would need to slow at that point, providing a brief window of opportunity. As predicted, the sedan decelerated at the curve, its tires sending up gentle sprays of water from rain-infilled potholes. Batman launched himself from his position, the momentum carrying him precisely to the vehicle's roof. The impact was controlled, dispersed through his suit's systems to register as nothing more than perhaps a heavy raindrop to those inside. Magnetically secured to the roof, Batman produced a specialized device designed by Lucius Fox specifically for automotive systems infiltration. It established connection with the vehicle's onboard computers within seconds, beginning the process of cloning data without triggering security alert. "Connection established," Batman confirmed quietly, initiating passive data capture. "Receiving telemetry," Alfred acknowledged. Interesting, the vehicle's navigation system has recently calculated routes to 5 different locations across Gotham, all industrial or commercial properties that have changed ownership within the last month. Batman absorbed this information as the device continued its work. Potential targets for the next phase of whatever operation they're conducting. The sedan continued through Gotham's rain-slicked streets, its driver maintaining precise adherence to speed limits and traffic regulations, another hallmark of Black Mask's operations. Nothing that would draw unnecessary attention from law enforcement. After several minutes, the data capture completed its cycle, and Batman disengaged from the vehicle at the next suitable shadow. His departure from the sedan's roof was as undetectable as his arrival had been, leaving Black Mask and his associates unaware of the intelligence breach. Data capture complete, Batman confirmed as he landed in an alley, already moving toward the location where the Batmobile waited in stealth mode. Heading back now to analyze what we've collected. Very good, sir. I've taken the liberty of beginning preliminary analysis on Detective Montoya's data drive. The connections to Sagitech Solutions are quite illuminating. The company specialized in proprietary security integration systems, specifically creating master override protocols that could manage otherwise incompatible security platforms. Batman considered this as he reached the Batmobile, the vehicle's canopy sliding open silently to admit him. The perfect tool set for someone looking to systematically compromise Gotham's fragmented security infrastructure. Precisely, Alfred agreed. And most concerningly, Sagitech's intellectual property was never formally sold when the company dissolved. Their most advanced protocols simply disappeared from official records. The Batmobile moved through Gotham's rain-drenched streets with near-silent efficiency, its systems automatically plotting the most discreet route back toward the cave. Batman allowed his mind to process the accumulating evidence, seeking the pattern that would reveal Black Mask's ultimate objective: silent meetings, digital information exchange, systematic security compromises, former security specialists disappearing, a coordinated reallocation of criminal territories without conflict. All pieces of a puzzle that suggested Black Mask was implementing something far more sophisticated than the usual power grab. He's creating a shadow infrastructure, Batman realized aloud. Not just blind spots in the city's surveillance, but an entire parallel system of control, digital, physical, and human assets positioned to allow complete freedom of movement and operation, invisible to conventional monitoring. A concerning assessment, Alfred responded after a moment, and if accurate, it would represent a significant evolution in organized crime methodology. The question becomes, to what end? Batman had been asking himself the same question. Black Mask's operations had always been profit-driven, focused on weapons trafficking, protection rackets, and narcotics. This new approach required significant resource investment with no immediate financial return, unusual for someone with Sionis's established patterns. "We're missing something," Batman acknowledged as the Batmobile approached the hidden entrance to the cave system, in a key element that would explain why Black Mask is suddenly interested in silence rather than intimidation. The cave welcomed the vehicle with its familiar atmosphere of enclosed stillness, the distant sound of water the only accompaniment to the Batmobile's arrival. As Batman emerged, Alfred was already working at the main computer array, multiple screens displaying different aspects of the accumulated intelligence. "I've been conducting further analysis of the patterns formed by these security compromises," Alfred explained, gesturing to a map of Gotham where numerous points were highlighted in sequential order. When viewed chronologically, they create something rather like a closing net around specific infrastructure nodes. Batman studied the visualization, seeing the pattern immediately. isolating the GCPD's evidence storage facilities, creating blind spots in every approach route, compromising every system that might record movement in or out. Indeed, Alfred confirmed. And according to Detective Montoya's notes, the physical security at those facilities has experienced significant personnel changes in recent months. Many veterans reassigned, replaced with newer officers who coincidentally all have connections to private security firms recently acquired by shell companies. The picture was becoming clearer but still incomplete. Black Mask is positioning for a major evidence theft, but why now? What changed in his operational priorities? Alfred brought up another screen, this one displaying case files extracted from Montoya's data drive. Perhaps this offers some insight. 3 months ago, federal authorities seized a substantial cache of exotic materials from one of Black Mask's shell companies. The items were logged into GCPD evidence, pending transfer to more secure federal facilities. Batman scanned the inventory list, understanding dawning immediately. Prototype metamaterials, developed for military applications. Theoretical components for next-generation stealth technology. He looked up from the screen. With these materials, Black Mask could develop equipment that would render conventional security systems completely ineffective. Not just compromised, but fundamentally blind to his operations. Creating a truly invisible criminal empire, Alfred concluded, his expression grave. No wonder he's invested so heavily in silence and discretion. The potential return would justify almost any expenditure. Batman was already moving toward the equipment area, mind racing through necessary preparations. When is the federal transfer scheduled? According to these files, 3 days from now. A narrow window, but sufficient for countermeasures if we act quickly. 3 days to prevent Black Mask from acquiring technology that could fundamentally change the balance of power in Gotham. 3 days to counter a plan that had clearly been in development for months, orchestrated with meticulous attention to detail, and executed with uncharacteristic patience. We need to warn Gordon, Batman decided, but carefully, through channels Black Mask won't be monitoring. Alfred nodded, already reaching for secure communications equipment. I believe our mutual friend at the clock tower might be of assistance in that regard. Her systems operate entirely independently from GCPD networks. As Alfred established the secure connection, Batman returned his attention to the evidence they'd gathered. Something still bothered him about the operation's structure, some element that didn't align with Black Mask's established methodologies, regardless of the potential prize. The silence, he said finally. It's too complete, too disciplined. Black Mask's operations have always involved a certain theatrical element. He wants targets to know who's responsible for their suffering. This level of restraint isn't consistent with his psychological profile. Alfred paused in his communications work, considering. Perhaps Mr. Sionis has experienced some form of personal growth, he suggested with the faint hint of dry humor that occasionally surfaced even in serious situations. Or he's not working alone, Batman countered. This operation has multiple architectural elements, the technical expertise for security systems, the psychological discipline for silent operations, the logistical precision for coordinating multiple criminal factions without conflict. It's too diverse for Black Mask's usual operation. A consortium, then, Alfred proposed. Multiple interests aligned for this particular endeavor? Batman shook his head slightly. Not aligned. Directed. Someone with leverage over Black Mask, pushing him toward methods outside his comfort zone. His mind ran through the possibilities, cataloging potential puppet masters with both the capability and motivation to manipulate Gotham's criminal elite so effectively. The list was uncomfortably long. For now, we focus on the immediate threat. Batman decided. The evidence transfer needs to be secured. Once that's accomplished, we can pursue the question of who's pulling the strings. Alfred nodded, returning to his communications task with renewed purpose. Batman moved to another workstation, beginning the process of designing countermeasures for the security gaps Black Mask had so carefully engineered throughout the city. Time was limited, resources were stretched, but Gotham's safety depended on his ability to anticipate and neutralize threats before they fully materialized. Outside the cave, rain continued to fall across Gotham, wrapping the city in layers of mist and shadow. Somewhere within that shrouded landscape, Black Mask and his silent associates continued their preparations, unaware that their methodical operation had finally attracted the attention it had so carefully sought to avoid. As Batman worked, the cave's ambient sounds, water dripping from ancient stalactites, the distant flutter of bat wings, the soft hum of advanced technology, created a cocoon of focused calm around him. This was the true battlefield in modern Gotham, not streets and alleys, but information and intention, moves and countermoves, in a game where victory meant simply that ordinary citizens remained unaware a conflict had occurred at all. In 3 days, that silent war would reach its culmination. Batman would be ready, emerging from shadows to confront those who believed darkness was their ally. They had adopted the silent approach, thinking it would shield them from detection. They would learn what Batman had always known, that true mastery of silence wasn't about avoiding notice, but about striking from it with perfect, decisive timing. The rain fell, the city slept, and beneath it all, invisible currents of power shifted like fog across still water. For now, that was enough. The time for noise and light would come soon enough. The next 2 days passed in careful preparation and surveillance. Batman established watch points near each of the compromised security nodes, placing specialized equipment designed to detect and record intrusions that conventional systems would miss. Alfred maintained constant monitoring from the cave, correlating data from these sensors with Detective Montoya's ongoing intelligence gathering. Together they constructed a map of Black Mask's invisible corridors through Gotham's digital defenses. The pattern is becoming clearer, Alfred noted during one of their briefings. Black Mask's people are conducting what appear to be dry runs, moving through the compromised security zones in precise sequences, testing response times and surveillance gaps. Batman studied the visualization on the cave's main display. They're establishing timing, making sure their approach to the evidence facility will remain undetected. He pointed to several intersections where multiple security blind spots overlapped. These are their fallback positions, places they can retreat to if something goes wrong without being tracked. The sophistication of the operation continued to trouble him. This wasn't Black Mask's typical approach. It lacked the flamboyant cruelty that normally characterized his work. Someone else's influence remained evident in every careful detail, though the identity of this shadow partner remained elusive. Commissioner Gordon had been discreetly warned about the potential threat to the evidence transfer, though specific details were withheld for security reasons. He'd responded by ostensibly reducing security at the facility, a move that would appear as vulnerability to Black Mask's surveillance, but actually masked the placement of hand-selected officers Gordon personally trusted. On the night before the scheduled transfer, Batman conducted final preparations from a concealed position near the evidence storage facility. Rain continued to fall intermittently across Gotham, creating a constant ambient whisper that helped mask his movements as he verified sensor placements and escape routes. "Alfred, status report on perimeter monitoring," he requested quietly, scanning the surrounding buildings for any sign of Black Mask's advance team. "Our sensors operational," Alfred confirmed. "No suspicious activity detected yet. though I'm noting some interesting communications anomalies in the area. Brief electromagnetic pulses occurring at regular intervals, possibly some form of signal jamming test. Batman adjusted his cowl's sensors to scan for the anomalous signals. Location? Triangulating now, Alfred replied, after a brief pause. Approximately 2 blocks north of your position. Abandoned subway maintenance tunnels run beneath that area. Potential approach vector that would bypass most conventional security measures. The tunnels weren't on any of the maps they'd been monitoring. Batman filed this new information away, already adjusting tactical plans to account for this additional approach route. I'm going to investigate, maintain monitoring of primary targets, of course. Do be careful, sir. These tunnels don't appear in recent city infrastructure records. Their condition may be significantly compromised. Batman made his way north, moving across rooftops with practiced efficiency. The rain had lessened to a fine mist, enveloping the city in a gauzy shroud that diffused light sources and muffled sounds. Perfect conditions for covert operations, both his and potentially Black Mask's. The tunnel entrance was concealed behind a rusted maintenance door in an alley that had become a forgotten space between newer developments. The lock yielded easily to Batman's tools, revealing a narrow passage descending into darkness. Stale air carried the scent of dampness and decay. These tunnels had been abandoned for decades, left to slowly surrender to time and erosion. I've accessed historical subway planning documents, Alfred informed him as he began his descent. These tunnels were part of an expansion project abandoned during Gotham's financial crisis 40 years ago. They were never officially completed, but construction had progressed significantly before funding was cut, meaning they could potentially connect to multiple points throughout this district, Batman concluded, including areas near the evidence facility. Precisely. I'm attempting to reconstruct the planned route now, but records are fragmentary at best. Batman continued deeper into the tunnel system, cowl automatically adjusting to the near-torpor darkness. The construction showed signs of hasty abandonment. Tools still lay where workers had left them decades ago, now encrusted with mineral deposits from years of water seepage. The tunnel floor was slick with moisture, requiring careful footing as he proceeded. After several hundred meters, the passage opened into what appeared to have been intended as a station concourse, a larger chamber where multiple tunnel branches converged. Recent activity was immediately evident. Fresh footprints disturbed the accumulated dust, and modern equipment had been installed at strategic points throughout the space. I've found their staging area, Batman reported, examining the equipment without touching it. Signal repeaters, motion sensors, communications gear. They are using these tunnels as their primary approach route. Can you determine which branch they're planning to use for the actual operation? Alfred asked. Batman studied the footprint patterns, noting which tunnel entrances showed the most recent activity. Southeast Passage shows heaviest use. That would lead them directly beneath the evidence facility's main building. He moved toward that tunnel, proceeding with increased caution. The passage narrowed considerably, suggesting it might have been planned as a maintenance access way rather than part of the main transit system. After approximately 50 meters, Batman encountered the first sign of recent structural modifications. A section of tunnel wall had been carefully removed, revealing a narrow vertical shaft ascending into darkness. They've created an access point, he observed, examining the workmanship. Professional quality. Load-bearing supports, minimized debris, sound-dampening materials around the edges. This wasn't rushed work, which suggests they've had access to these tunnels for some time, Alfred noted. Potentially months of preparation. Batman activated his cowl's scanning systems, mapping the vertical shaft. The shaft leads directly to a utility room in the evidence facility's basement level. According to the building plans, that room houses electrical junction boxes for the security systems. The perfect infiltration point, Alfred concluded. They could disable internal systems without ever passing through external security checkpoints. The discovery confirmed Batman's suspicions about the operation's sophistication. This wasn't opportunistic crime. It was meticulous, patient planning, executed with precision. He needed to adjust their countermeasures accordingly. We need to revise the defense strategy, Batman decided. Email won't be coming through any of the routes we've been monitoring. They'll emerge directly inside the secure perimeter. I'll alert Commissioner Gordon immediately, Alfred responded, though I imagine this complicates his personnel deployment considerably. Batman was already retracing his steps through the tunnel system, mind racing through tactical adjustments. Tell him to maintain the visible security presence exactly as planned. We don't want Black Mask surveillance to detect any changes. I'll handle the tunnel approach personally. Understood. What's your plan, if I may ask? I'm going to use their own strategy against them, Batman explained. Emerging from the tunnel entrance back into Gotham's misty night air, they've created a perfect infiltration route, one that bypasses all conventional security. Now we know exactly where they'll be and when. Alfred seemed to consider this. A rather elegant solution, I must admit, though it does place you at considerable risk, facing an unknown number of hostiles in an extremely confined space. I've faced worse odds, Batman replied simply, already moving toward his next preparation point. The night progressed with tense anticipation. Batman returned to the cave briefly to equip specialized gear for the tunnel operation, then positioned himself in the abandoned subway system well before the scheduled time of the evidence transfer. Hours passed in complete stillness and silence, a meditative stillness that allowed his senses to attune completely to the environment around him. Movement detected at the north tunnel entrance. Alfred's voice eventually broke the silence. Precisely on schedule. Thermal signatures indicate 5 individuals, moving with tactical spacing, Batman acknowledged with the barest sub-vocalization. Already aware of the approaching team, his position, carefully selected in a shadowed alcove near the vertical access shaft, provided both concealment and tactical advantage. From here, he could observe their final preparations before they ascended into the evidence facility. The approaching figures moved with disciplined silence, their equipment muffled to prevent any betraying sounds. They converged on the central chamber Batman had discovered earlier, performing final equipment checks before proceeding to the southeast tunnel. Their coordination spoke of extensive training and preparation. These weren't typical street criminals, but specialized operatives. Batman watched as they approached the vertical shaft, setting up equipment designed to assist their ascent without noise. Their leader, a tall figure whose face remained concealed behind advanced tactical gear, performed a final scan of the area with sophisticated detection equipment. For a brief moment, the scanner pointed directly at Batman's position. He remained perfectly still, the suit's stealth systems working to minimize any detectable signature. After what seemed like an eternity, the scanner moved on, its operator apparently satisfied. The infiltration team began their ascent, moving with practiced efficiency up the narrow shaft. Batman allowed the first 3 to pass before making his move. As the 4th operative prepared to climb, Batman struck, emerging from concealment with explosive speed, neutralizing the operative with a precisely applied nerve strike before they could alert their teammates. The 5th operative reacted immediately, reaching for a weapon, but Batman had anticipated this response. A well-placed batarang knocked the weapon aside, and a grapnel line wrapped around the operatives' legs, pulling them off balance before they could raise an alarm. With 2 opponents secured, Batman ascended the shaft rapidly, overtaking the remaining team members before they could emerge into the evidence facility. The confined space worked to his advantage, limiting their ability to maneuver or use their weapons effectively. One by one, he neutralized the remaining operatives, leaving them secured with reinforced restraints in the vertical shaft. Only the team leader remained, already emerging into the utility room above. Batman followed, prepared for the final confrontation, but the scene that greeted him was unexpected. The leader stood motionless in the center of the utility room, surrounded by Commissioner Gordon and 4 heavily armed officers, their weapons trained steadily on the intruder. "Right on time," Gordon commented dryly, nodding to Batman as he emerged from the shaft. "Your friend in the clock tower was very specific about when we should be waiting." The leader made no attempt to resist, slowly raising their hands in surrender. As Gordon's officers moved to secure them, Batman approached, finally able to see the face behind the tactical mask as it was removed. Not one of Black Mask's known associates. Not anyone Batman recognized from Gotham's extensive criminal databases. The face belonged to a woman with military bearing and cold, calculating eyes that showed no fear, only clinical assessment of the situation. "Interesting," she said quietly, her gaze fixed on Batman. "You weren't factored into our operational parameters." A slight smile touched her lip, an oversight that will be corrected in future iterations. "Who are you working for?" Batman demanded. The woman's expression remained professionally neutral. "You've interrupted one operation. The overall initiative remains intact." She glanced at Gordon and his officers with something approaching pity. "Gotham's traditional power structures are already obsolete. You simply haven't realized it yet." Before Batman could press further, Gordon intervened. "Save the cryptic warnings for the interrogation room. You and your team are facing enough charges to keep you occupied for several decades." As the woman was led away, Batman noticed something odd about her equipment. Subtle design elements that didn't match any known manufacturer. Military-grade components, but with modifications suggesting proprietary technology beyond what was commercially available. "Alfred?" he subvocalized. "The operation has been neutralized, but I'm not convinced this was actually Black Mask's team." "An interesting development," Alfred replied. "Detective Montoya has reported similar doubts. Black Mask was spotted across town during the infiltration attempt, meeting with several legitimate business owners. Most unusual timing for someone supposedly coordinating a major heist." Batman examined the equipment the team had carried, finding further inconsistencies. These aren't Black Mask's people. The equipment, the tactics, the discipline, all wrong for his operation. He secured a small device from the leader's equipment for later analysis. Someone wanted us to believe this was Black Mask's operation. They used his patterns, his known associates, but this team is something else entirely. "A false flag operation?" Alfred suggested. "Designed to direct your attention toward Mr. Sionis, while some other objective was pursued." "Possibly," Batman acknowledged. "Or this was simply the first move in a larger game, testing Gotham's defenses, learning our response patterns." Gordon approached as his officers completed securing the scene. "Not the usual suspects," he commented. "No gang tattoos, no criminal records we can find. Their fingerprints aren't in any system we have access to. Professional operatives," Batman confirmed. "Military background, specialized training." Gordon frowned. "Military?" That opened some uncomfortable questions about who might be bankrolling this operation. "Questions that need answers," Batman agreed. "I'll continue investigating. In the meantime, the metamaterials should be transferred to federal custody immediately. Whatever their primary objective, those were definitely the target. As Gordon coordinated the evidence transfer, Batman returned to the tunnel system, examining the equipment the team had left behind. Each piece revealed the same disturbing pattern. Advanced technology with modifications, suggesting capabilities beyond standard specifications. Someone was deploying next-generation equipment in Gotham, using Black Mask's operations as cover for something more sophisticated. The rain had resumed outside, wrapping Gotham in its persistent grey embrace. Batman emerged from the tunnels into this familiar atmosphere, the city's nighttime landscape of shadows and reflections spreading before him like a living canvas. Somewhere within that urban tapestry, a new player was moving pieces into position. Someone with resources, patience, and a strategic vision that extended beyond immediate profit. For now, one operation had been thwarted. The dangerous materials remained secure, and 5 operatives were in custody. But Batman knew this was merely the opening move in what promised to be a complex confrontation. The true opponent remained hidden, their ultimate objectives unclear. As he moved through Gotham's rain-soaked shadows toward his next investigation point, Batman reflected on the strange silence that had characterized this entire affair. From Black Mask's uncharacteristically quiet reorganization of criminal territories to the disciplined silence of the infiltration team, something fundamental had shifted in how Gotham's darker elements operated. Silence could be a weapon, a strategy, or a warning. In this case, Batman suspected it might be all 3. The deliberate quiet before a storm whose true nature had yet to reveal itself. Whatever came next would emerge from these same shadows, shaped by hands that preferred to remain unseen. For tonight, the rain continued its gentle percussion across Gotham's countless surfaces, its rhythm a constant companion to those who moved through darkness with purpose. The city slept, unaware of the silent conflict that had unfolded beneath its streets, exactly as both sides had intended. Batman would continue his vigilance, watching and waiting for the next move in this evolving game of shadows. Some battles were won through direct confrontation, others through patient observation. This one, he sensed, would require both, and the wisdom to know when each approach served Gotham best. The rain fell, the city breathed, and beneath it all, invisible currents continued to flow, carrying whispers of changes yet to come. As Batman continued his patrol through Gotham's rain-soaked streets, the mystery of who had been pulling Black Mask's strings remained unsolved. The evidence suggested a new player moving through Gotham's criminal ecosystem, someone who preferred to operate in shadow and silence. But not all of Gotham's threats moved quietly. Some lurked in the deepest, most forgotten spaces beneath the city, where ancient stonework gave way to flooded tunnels, and the distant sounds of movement echoed through darkness. Reports had been surfacing of something massive, disturbing the underground waterways, something that left behind scaled impressions in the mud and torn maintenance equipment. Batman turned his attention toward the old catacombs beneath Gotham's East End. If Wayland Jones, Killer Croc, had returned to his underground domain, the silence Batman had been tracking would soon give way to the more primal sounds of ancient, predatory hunger. And in those dark, dripping tunnels, whispers carried further than anyone might expect. Rain fell in sheets across Gotham City, transforming its jagged skyline into a softened watercolor of grays and blacks. The seasonal downpours had persisted for days, overwhelming century-old drainage systems and sending countless gallons cascading into the forgotten spaces beneath the city. In the Batcave, Bruce Wayne studied a holographic map of Gotham's underground, his face illuminated by the cool blue glow of spreading water levels creeping through the ancient catacombs and tunnel networks. 7 people, he said quietly, his voice barely audible above the gentle patter of rain on the cave's natural ceiling. 7 people vanished in the past month. No bodies recovered, no ransom demands. Alfred approached with a steaming cup of tea, placing it carefully beside the workstation. And all disappeared near access points to the old Gotham underground, I presume. Bruce nodded, touching a control that highlighted several locations on the map. Red markers pulsed gently at seemingly random points across the city. A maintenance entrance near the docks, a storm drain in the Narrows, a defunct subway entrance sealed off since the 1940. The pattern was subtle at first. GCPD didn't connect them until the 5th disappearance. Curious, Alfred observed, studying the holographic display. The victims themselves share no obvious commonalities, none apparent in their backgrounds, Bruce replied, bringing up a series of portraits alongside the map. Different ages, occupations, social circles, but he expanded one file, revealing medical records. 4 of the 7 had recently sought treatment for various physical or mental health conditions that left them vulnerable, outsiders in their own way. Alfred's expression softened with understanding. You suspect Mr. Jones might be involved? Bruce didn't immediately answer, instead zooming in on the tunnels beneath the East End. The blue glow of rising water illuminated his features as he traced potential paths through the labyrinth of forgotten infrastructure. Waylon Jones hasn't been seen in months, he finally said. Not since the flooding began. Perhaps he simply retreated deeper underground, Alfred suggested. The flooding would make the lower tunnels more hospitable for someone of his particular needs. Bruce closed his eyes briefly, calling to mind everything he knew about Killer Croc. Waylon Jones, a man transformed by a rare genetic condition into something the world saw as monstrous. Driven into Gotham's shadows by fear and prejudice long before he'd committed his first crime. A predator, yes, but also a victim of circumstances beyond his control. I need to go down there, Bruce said quietly. Something's happening beneath Gotham and these people are somehow part of it. Alfred's concern was evident. The catacombs will be particularly treacherous after these rains. Even the old city maps don't account for recent structural deterioration. Bruce nodded, already moving toward where the Batsuit waited. That's why I'm taking the new sonic mapping equipment. It should provide real-time structural analysis. He paused, glancing back at the disappearance files still hovering above the workstation. These people deserve answers, Alfred. Whether they were taken, or whether they chose to vanish. The older man raised an eyebrow. You believe some might have gone willingly. I'm keeping all possibilities open, Bruce replied. Sometimes disappearing is the only freedom some people believe they have left. As Batman prepared to descend into Gotham's depths, the rain continued its gentle percussion against the city, washing away the day's troubles for some while revealing deeper secrets for others. The night had only begun its whispered conversation with the Dark Knight, a dialogue that would lead him through forgotten passages and into the murky moral waters where monsters and men were sometimes indistinguishable from one another. The service tunnel entrance had been officially sealed for decades, yet showed subtle signs of recent use. Scrapes along the rusted hinges, footprints partially washed away by seeping rainwater. Batman moved silently through the narrow passage, the only sound the occasional drip of water from the ceiling. His cowl's enhanced vision penetrated the darkness, revealing architectural features dating back to Gotham's earliest days. "The tunnel network appears stable in this section," he sub-vocalized to Alfred. "19th century construction, reinforced during the 1940s expansion. I'm receiving your mapping data," Alfred confirmed through the cow's communication system. "The original plans suggest this passage should connect to the old Mercantile District catacombs about half a kilometer ahead." Batman advanced carefully, each step measured and deliberate. The floor was slick with moisture, occasional pools reflecting his silhouette as he passed. The tunnel gradually widened, ceiling height increasing until he stood in what had once been a subterranean storage chamber. Crumbling brick archways led off in multiple directions, each opening a dark mouth into Gotham's forgotten history. Multiple diverging paths, Batman noted. The mapping system is detecting water movement through the eastern passage. He moved toward that archway, pausing as his enhanced hearing detected something beyond the gentle symphony of dripping water. A rhythmic sound, almost like breathing, echoing from somewhere deeper in the tunnel. Batman remained perfectly still, allowing his senses to filter through the ambient sounds until he could isolate the direction. "I'm not alone down here," he whispered. "Croc?" Alfred's voice carried tension despite his measured tone. "Unlikely, the breathing pattern is too rapid for someone of Jones' physiology." Batman knelt beside a particularly deep puddle, his gloved fingers brushing the surface. "There's something else, a scent in the water. Antiseptic." He collected a small sample in a vial from his utility belt, then continued through the eastern passage. The ceiling dropped lower here, forcing him to adopt a slight crouch. The passage curved gently downward, following the natural contours of Gotham's underground topography. The breathing sound had faded, but now other noises reached him, distant and muffled, but distinctly human. The passage opened suddenly into a much larger chamber, this one clearly natural rather than constructed. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, their tips glistening with moisture that collected and fell with hypnotic regularity. Batman moved into shadow, his dark silhouette blending with the cavern's natural features as he surveyed this unexpected space. Someone had been living here, recently. A makeshift sleeping area occupied one dry corner, simple supplies arranged with careful precision. A small collection of books, protected from the damp by a waterproof container. A medical kit, partially open, explaining the antiseptic scent he'd detected earlier. "I've found a campsite," Batman informed Alfred. "Recently occupied, professional medical supplies, but not hospital grade. Field equipment." "Curious?" Alfred replied. "Perhaps a medical professional among the missing persons?" Batman consulted his cowl's database. "Dr. Sarah Keeler, disappeared 12 days ago. Background in emergency medicine, last employed at Gotham General's outreach clinic servicing the homeless population." He examined the site more carefully, noting the organization of supplies, the dog-eared pages in a waterproofed journal. She's been treating someone, multiple someones, based on the inventory of supplies used. A soft sound displaced pebble, drew his attention to one of the chamber's shadowed alcoves. Batman turned slowly, deliberately non-threatening. "I'm not here to harm anyone," he said, his voice controlled but carrying in the acoustic space. "I'm looking for missing people." Silence stretched for several heartbeats before a voice, female, hoarse with disuse, emerged from the darkness. "They're not missing, they're hiding. There's a difference." A figure emerged partially from the shadows, a woman in her 40s, her clothing practical but weathered, her hand clutching a makeshift walking stick. Despite her defensive posture, Batman recognized Dr. Sarah Keeler from her file photo. "Hiding from what, Dr. Keeler?" he asked quietly. Her laugh held no humor. Not what, who, the same people who've always hunted those who are different. She gestured vaguely upward, toward the city above. The ones who decide who belongs and who doesn't. Batman remained still, creating space for her to continue. The dripping water provided a gentle percussion behind her words. I came down here following a patient, she continued after a moment. A child with a rare condition. Photosensitivity so severe she couldn't bear daylight. Her parents abandoned her when treatment became too expensive. Her voice cracked slightly. I thought I was rescuing her. Instead, she brought me somewhere I was actually needed. To Croc, Batman said softly. It wasn't a question. Dr. Keeler's expression hardened. To Waylon, and to the others he's protected. The ones like him, not physically perhaps, but in the ways that matter. The forgotten, the abandoned, the ones labeled as monsters by a world that couldn't bear to face its own monstrosity in casting them aside. The implications settled between them like the mist that hung in the chamber's cool air. Not abductions then, but sanctuary. Not victims, but refugees from a world that had no place for them. Where are they now? Batman asked. Dr. Keeler studied him, wariness evident in her posture. Why should I tell you? So you can drag them back to a world that rejected them, or lock Waylon away again? Because something else is happening down here, Batman replied evenly. Something that concerns you enough that you're separated from the others, living alone in this chamber when your patients clearly need you. Her startled expression confirmed his assessment. The doctor glanced toward one of the deeper passages leading from the chamber, her grip tightening on the walking stick. How did you know? Your supplies are defensive rather than comfortable. You've positioned yourself to monitor that passage. You're expecting trouble, but not from above. Batman took a careful step forward. What's happening down here, Doctor? What's threatening Croc's sanctuary? Dr. Keeler's composure wavered, exhaustion and worry briefly overwhelming her caution. I don't know exactly. It started about 2 weeks ago. Strange noises from the deeper tunnels. Then some of our supplies went missing. Then, she swallowed hard. 2 of our people disappeared. Not back to the surface, they just vanished from the lower chambers. And Croc? Waylon went to investigate. He told me to stay here, to guard the passage to where the others are hiding. She gestured to her medical kit. I'm no fighter, but I'm the only doctor they have. Batman processed this information, adjusting his understanding of the situation. I need to find out what's happening in those deeper tunnels, he said finally. Not to harm Croc or disrupt his sanctuary, but to ensure everyone's safety, his people included. Dr. Keeler's skepticism was evident, but so was her desperation. How do I know I can trust you? Because I understand what it means to create a safe haven beneath the city, Batman replied simply. And I know that monsters are often made, not born. Something in his tone must have reached her, because after a long moment, Dr. Keeler nodded reluctantly. There's a child who might help you. Lily, the girl I followed down here initially, she's special. She can navigate the tunnels better than anyone, despite her blindness. More importantly, Waylon trusts her. Where can I find her? Deacon Keeler hesitated, then made her decision. 2 chambers deeper, through the flooded passage. Tell her I sent you. If she believes you're genuinely here to help, she might guide you to where you need to go. Batman nodded, then removed several specialized medical supplies from his utility belt. Antibiotics and pain management tools, more advanced than what the doctor's kit contained. For your patients, he said, placing them carefully beside her medical supplies. Her surprise was evident, but she accepted the offering with a nod of acknowledgement. As Batman turned toward the passage she'd indicated, Dr. Keeler called after him softly. The water gets deeper before the next chamber. Even you might find it challenging. I'm prepared for difficult passages, he replied. Something like grim amusement crossed her face. It's not the passage that's difficult, Batman. It's what occasionally moves through it. The implication hung in the damp air between them, a reminder that in this underground domain he was the visitor in territories belonging to creatures more at home in the darkness than even the Dark Knight himself. The passage Dr. Keeler had indicated narrowed considerably, the ceiling dropping until Batman had to wade through knee-deep water in a crouch. His cowl's systems analyzed the water automatically, elevated mineral content, traces of organic material, but nothing immediately dangerous. The temperature was surprisingly warm, suggesting connection to deeper geological features beneath Gotham. Alfred, I'm tracking through a flooded section, he sub-vocalized. The passage appears to be following a natural aquifer. I have your position, Alfred confirmed. The old city plans show nothing in that area you've moved beyond mapped territory. The sonic mapping is updating as I progress. There appears to be a larger chamber approximately 50 meters ahead. Batman continued forward, the water gradually deepening to waist height. His movements remained deliberate and nearly silent, creating minimal disturbance in the water's surface. His senses remained alert, particularly to vibrations in the water around him. In such confined spaces, he'd have minimal maneuverability if confronted by something large. A subtle current tugged at him, suggesting water movement ahead. As the passage began widening, the ceiling lifting enough for him to stand upright, Batman detected a change in the acoustic properties of the space. Sound carried differently, the dripping water creating more complex echoes. He emerged into the promised chamber, this one significantly larger than the last. Unlike the previous natural cavern, this space showed signs of deliberate expansion. Tool marks on the walls, strategically placed support beams reinforcing the ceiling at crucial junctures. Most striking was the illumination. Bioluminescent fungi cultivated along the walls, casting the entire chamber in a soft blue-green glow that eliminated the need for artificial light. The water here formed a pool, covering roughly half the chamber, the rest rising to create a dry stone shelf. On this natural platform, Batman could see evidence of habitation, more sophisticated than Dr. Keeler's simple camp. Blankets and cushions arranged in sleeping areas, containers of supplies organized by type, books, games, even simple musical instruments. No one was immediately visible, but Batman's enhanced senses detected a presence. The subtle shift of breathing, the nearly imperceptible movement of someone trying to remain perfectly still. He made no sudden movements, instead moving slowly to the edge of the water pool and waiting. Dr. Keeler sent me, he said, his voice calm and measured. I'm looking for Lily. Silence stretched for several heartbeats before a small voice responded from behind a cluster of stone formations. How do I know she really sent you? She told me about your condition, Batman replied, that you can't tolerate sunlight, that she followed you down here thinking she was rescuing you. A slight shuffling sound, then a child emerged partially from concealment. A girl, perhaps 10 years old, her eyes milky white with blindness, her pale skin nearly translucent in the bioluminescent glow. Despite her inability to see in the conventional sense, her head tracked Batman's position with uncanny accuracy. You're him, she said simply. The Bat. Wayland talks about you sometimes. Does he? Batman kept his tone neutral. The girl's smile was unexpected and surprisingly warm. Not always bad things. He says you fight monsters too, just different kinds. She tilted her head. as if listening to something beyond normal hearing. "Why are you here, really?" "Something is happening in the deeper tunnels," Batman replied honestly. "Something that's taken people from Crocs, from Wayland's community. I want to help find out what's happening and stop it." Lily considered this, her unseeing eyes somehow still evaluative. "Wayland went to find them 3 days ago. He hasn't come back." Worry crept into her voice despite her obvious attempt at bravery. "The others are scared. They think whatever took Marco and Eliza got him too." "Where are the others now?" "Safer place. Deeper chamber with only one entrance, easier to defend." She gestured vaguely toward another passage leading from the chamber. "I stayed here to listen for Wayland coming back." Batman nodded, understanding the strategy. "You can hear things others can't." "I can feel things," she corrected. "Vibrations in the water, in the stone, air movements." She pointed unerringly toward Batman. "Your heartbeat is slow and steady, even though you're in strange territory." "That's interesting." "Lily, I need to find Wayland and discover what's happening in the deeper tunnels. Will you help me?" The child was silent for a long moment, her head tilted as if listening to distant sounds. Finally, she nodded. "I'll take you to where he went. After that..." She shrugged, a surprisingly adult gesture. "Depends what we find." "Thank you," Batman said simply. Lily moved toward the far passage with confident steps despite her blindness. "The water gets deeper before it gets shallower," she warned, "and colder, much colder." As they proceeded toward the passage, Batman noticed something he'd initially overlooked. Small, child-sized drawings affixed to one wall of the chamber. Simple but effective renderings of people, some with visible physical differences, some without, all holding hands in a circle. At the center of the circle, a large, scaled figure with protective arms outstretched. The image provided a moment of insight more valuable than any data analysis. From the perspective of those who'd found refuge here, Killer Croc wasn't their jailer or exploiter. He was their protector, creating a community where their differences weren't merely tolerated, but understood. The moral complexity of the situation deepened, like the waters they were about to enter, a reminder that beneath Gotham's surface, both literally and figuratively, simplistic judgments rarely captured the full truth of how people survived in a world that offered them limited options for belonging. Lily led Batman through passages that grew increasingly challenging, the natural formation of the catacombs following some ancient watercourse that had carved these spaces eons before Gotham existed. The water deepened as she had warned, at times forcing them to swim through completely submerged sections. Batman was impressed with the child's navigation. She moved with absolute confidence, occasionally pausing to place her hands against the stone walls, as if reading some invisible map through touch alone. "How do you find your way?" Batman asked during one brief rest on a stone ledge, water cascading around them from some unseen source above. Lily smiled, running her fingers along the rough stone surface. "Everything down here has a voice if you know how to listen. Water sounds different depending on what's ahead. Open spaces make echoes, narrow passages create pressure, and the stones..." She pressed her palm flat against the wall. "They may remember the old shapes of things, the way water carved them. I can feel which way it wants to flow." Batman recognized something profound in her explanation, an entirely different way of perceiving the world, born of necessity, but developed into something approaching wisdom. "You taught this to the others? To Wayland?" She laughed softly, the sound mingling with the water's gentle music. "Wayland already knew his own way of listening, but yes, I helped the new ones learn how to hear the tunnels, how to feel safe down here." They continued onward, the passage eventually opening into another chamber, this one dominated by a fast-moving underground stream cutting through its center. The bioluminescent fungi were less prevalent here, the darkness deeper and more complete. Batman's cowl adjusted automatically, enhancing what little light existed. Lily paused at the chamber's edge, her head tilted in that now familiar listening pose. "Something's different," she murmured. The water's voice has changed. Batman scanned the chamber, noting signs of recent disturbance. Scuff marks on the stone floor, a fallen support beam, scattered supplies. There was a struggle here, he observed quietly. The girl nodded, moving carefully forward with one hand extended. She knelt beside the underground stream, dipping her fingers into the rushing water. "Something blocked the old passage and made the water find a new way," she said, frowning. "That's why it sounds wrong." Batman examined the far wall where the stream disappeared. The sonic mapping equipment in his cowl revealed what physical examination confirmed. A recent cave-in had partially blocked the natural water flow, forcing it to carve a new channel through softer stone. "Was this the way Wayland went?" he asked. Lily nodded. "The deeper nesting chambers are beyond, where the water is stillest and the air is warmest." She hesitated, unusual uncertainty crossing her features. "But something else is there now, too. I can feel it when I touch the water. A wrongness." Batman approached the collapse section, analyzing the debris pattern. "This wasn't natural," he concluded. "The support structures were deliberately damaged." He found tool marks on the remaining support beams, precise cuts that would ensure failure when stressed. "Someone wanted to block the passage," Lily said softly. "To keep us out, or to keep something in, or to slow Wayland down," Batman added, his mind working through the tactical implications. "Forcing him to find another route, perhaps one less advantageous." The girl's expression sharpened with concern. "We need to find him, now." Batman studied the collapsed passage and the newly formed water channel. "The water carved a path," he said. "Narrow, but potentially navigable." He knelt beside Lily. "I can go through, but it might be too dangerous for you to—" "I'm coming," she interrupted with quiet determination. "I know these tunnels better than you ever could, and Wayland trusts me." A small, knowing smile touched her lips. "He doesn't trust you." "Not yet." Batman acknowledged the truth in her statement with a nod. "Stay close. The passage will be tight and the current is strong." Together they entered the water channel, Batman going first to clear any debris while Lily followed close behind. The passage narrowed dramatically, forcing them to proceed with only their heads above water, then to fully submerge for short stretches. Batman kept track of the girl with unfailing awareness, impressed by her composure in conditions that would terrify most children. They emerged eventually into a space unlike any they had encountered previously. This chamber was vast, its ceiling lost in darkness despite Batman's enhanced vision. Unlike the natural formations they'd traversed, this space showed signs of deliberate construction. Ancient brick archways, crumbling stone staircases leading to higher galleries, ornate columns supporting what must have been a significant structure in Gotham's earliest days. "What is this place?" Batman asked, his voice hushed in the cavernous space. Lily tilted her head, taking in the acoustics. "Wayland calls it the Forgotten Court. Says it was important once, when Gotham was young, before they built new things on top and left this behind." Batman's historical knowledge filled in the gaps. They had found the remains of old Gotham's original municipal buildings, long since buried beneath the modern city's foundations. Once the literal foundation of Gotham's governance, now flooded and forgotten, existing only as ghost architecture beneath the streets. Multiple passages led from the chamber at various levels, some fully submerged, others high and dry. The water they stood in formed a shallow lake covering the chamber's floor, its surface disturbed only by their presence, and the gentle inflow from the passage they traversed. "Where would Wayland go from here?" Batman asked. Lily was unusually still, her head moving in small increments as she processed information beyond Batman's perception. "Something's wrong," she whispered. "The water. It's carrying strange vibrations, not natural." Batman extended his senses, filtering through the ambient sounds of dripping water and settling stone. Then he caught it, a subtle mechanical hum, so low in frequency it was barely perceptible. His cowl's systems analyzed and isolated the sound, tracing it to one of the higher passages. "Machinery," he confirmed. "Someone has brought technology down here." Lily nodded, her expression troubled. Wayland would have followed that sound. He's protective of these deep places, doesn't like outsiders bringing their world into ours. "Our path, then, is clear," Batman said, already moving toward the stone staircase that would lead them to the source of the disturbance. He paused when he realized Lily wasn't following, instead moving toward the water's edge with her head cocked in intense concentration. "Wait," she said softly. "There's something else in the water." Batman returned to her side, studying the dark surface. For a moment, nothing seemed amiss in the gently lapping water. Then, a subtle movement, a ripple that didn't match the natural patterns of the chamber. "Something's coming," Lily whispered, backing away slowly. "Something big." The water's surface broke suddenly as a massive, scaled form erupted from the depths. Killer Croc, his powerful bulk rising like some primordial force from the murky lake. His yellow eyes fixed immediately on Batman, a rumbling growl vibrating through the chamber as he positioned himself protectively before Lily. "You bring him to our sanctuary," Croc snarled, addressing the child while keeping his gaze locked on Batman. "After everything I told you about the bat?" "He's here to help, Wayland," Lily replied, her voice steady despite the tension crackling through the chamber. "Dr. Keeler sent him. People are missing." Croc's massive shoulders remained tense, his posture unmistakably defensive. "People are always missing in Gotham. Doesn't usually bring the bat into my territory." "I'm not here for you, Croc," Batman said calmly. "I'm here about what's happening in the deeper tunnels. The machinery we can both hear." Croc's eyes narrowed, reptilian pupils contracting in the dim light. "You seem to know about them, the ones who came from below." "Tell me," Batman prompted, maintaining a non-threatening stance. For a long moment, Croc seemed to wrestle with some internal debate, his massive frame still poised for potential combat. Then, surprisingly, Lily moved forward and placed her small hand on his scaled arm. The gesture seemed to center the massive figure, his breathing slowing as he glanced down at the child. "He really is here to help," she said quietly. "I've listened to his heart. He's worried about the same people you are." Something shifted in Croc's expression, not quite softening, but a subtle change nonetheless. He turned back to Batman, his voice a low rumble that echoed through the chamber. 3 weeks ago, we started hearing digging, machinery, coming from the deepest tunnels, ones even I don't go into often. He gestured toward the higher passage. Then people started disappearing. My people, the ones who came here for safety. A flash of genuine anguish crossed his normally impassive features. I promised them protection. Now they're gone. "What did you find when you investigated?" Batman asked. "Men, armed, using machines to excavate new tunnels, set up some kind of operation." Croc's massive jaw clenched. "They have containers, holding cells. I saw Marco in one before they spotted me. Had to retreat or they would have collapsed more tunnels." The pieces began falling into place in Batman's analytical mind. Not random abductions, he concluded. Targeted ones. They're taking people who won't be missed by the world above. Croc's rumbling growl confirmed the assessment. People the surface world threw away. Easy targets. But for what purpose? Batman pressed. The massive figure shook his head. Don't know, but they have the smell of Crane about them. The mention of Scarecrow changed the entire complexion of the situation. Jonathan Crane's twisted experiments often required human subjects, and his ethical constraints were non-existent. Show me, Batman said simply. Croc studied him for a long moment, seemingly weighing his options. Finally, he nodded once, a curt gesture that acknowledged their temporary alignment without suggesting trust. Lily stays here, he growled. Too dangerous. The child started to protest, but Batman interceded. He's right. We need someone to warn the others if we don't return. He knelt to her level. You've guided me this far. Now I need you to keep the others safe, while Croc and I investigate. Lily's unseeing eyes somehow still managed to convey intense scrutiny. You'll bring them back? All of them? Everyone we can, Batman promised. She nodded, apparently satisfied. The water will tell me if you succeed, she said simply. It carries the truth of things, if you know how to listen. As Batman and Croc prepared to venture deeper into Gotham's forgotten places, their unlikely alliance crystallized around a shared purpose. Despite their history as adversaries, in this subterranean world, traditional boundaries blurred like ripples across dark water. Here, beneath the weight of an entire city, what mattered wasn't past confrontations, but the immediate protection of those who had sought refuge in the darkness. A common cause that brought together the Dark Knight and the creature known as Killer Croc, in an alignment that neither would have predicted possible in the world above. The passage Croc led them through climbed steadily upward, transitioning from the flooded chambers below to drier tunnels that showed signs of recent excavation. The natural stone gave way to sections of brick and concrete, remnants of Gotham's earlier infrastructure now incorporated into whatever operation they were tracking. Ventilation shaft ahead, Croc rumbled, his voice barely above a whisper yet still resonating in the confined space. Lets us see into their main chamber without being detected. Batman nodded, following the massive figure with silent footsteps. Despite Croc's size, he moved with surprising stealth through these familiar tunnels, his scaled body seeming to blend with the shadows in a way that reminded Batman that Waylon Jones had survived in this environment for years through cunning as much as strength. They reached the shaft, a narrow opening in the tunnel ceiling, filtered light streaming down in dusty beams. Batman used his grapnel to ascend first, positioning himself at the edge of the opening to survey what lay beyond. Croc followed, climbing the rough stone wall with practiced ease, his claws finding purchase where others would slip. The scene below confirmed Batman's growing suspicions. A cavernous chamber had been converted into a makeshift laboratory, clinical workstations arranged in precise rows, sophisticated equipment humming with electrical power supplied by portable generators. Personnel in hazard suits moved between stations, their attention focused on monitoring equipment and what appeared to be containment units along the far wall. Scarecrow's operation, Batman confirmed in a whisper. The equipment's signatures match his known experimental protocols. Croc's low growl vibrated through the stone. The containers along the wall. That's where they're keeping my people. Batman focused his cowl's enhanced vision on the containment units, transparent cells, each holding a single person. Some appeared unconscious, others awake but subdued. Monitoring equipment attached to each unit recorded vital signs and other data. Test subjects, Batman said grimly. Crane is developing something new. Then let's tear his operation apart, Croc snarled, muscles tensing for action. Batman placed a restraining hand on the scaled arm, a gesture that would have been unthinkable in any other context. Direct confrontation puts the hostages at risk. We need to understand what we're dealing with first. Croc's yellow eyes narrowed, but he offered no further argument, seemingly acknowledging the tactical wisdom. Batman activated his cowl's enhanced audio capabilities, isolating conversations from the laboratory floor below. Two technicians were comparing notes near one of the workstations, their voices now clear in his audio feed. Third batch shows promising properties, one was saying. Absorption rates increased by 40% when administered through water rather than aerosol. Delivery mechanism still presents challenges, the second replied. Urban water systems have too many filtration checkpoints. Crane wants something that can bypass standard municipal safeguards. Peace, he said. That's why we're testing it here first, the first technician continued. Isolated water system, contained population, perfect control conditions. The implications chilled Batman more than the damp catacombs ever could. They're developing a water-soluble fear toxin, he sub-vocalized to Alfred, using the underground water systems as a test environment, and the people in Croc's community as unwitting test subjects. Alfred's voice replied through the cowl. Dear God. Croc had clearly deduced the same conclusion, a murderous rage building in his expression. They're poisoning our water, he growled, using my people as lab rats. We need to shut down this operation completely, Batman agreed, and secure samples of whatever they're developing for an antidote. He surveyed the laboratory layout, counting personnel and identifying key systems. We need to free the hostages first, then neutralize the facility. Croc's massive jaw set in determination. I can create a distraction, draw them away from the cells. Batman nodded, the plan forming with tactical precision. I'll secure the hostages and obtain samples. When they're safe, we destroy the lab and all research materials. The unlikely allies exchanged a look of perfect understanding. In this moment, their usual animosity suspended by a greater purpose. Without further discussion, they moved to execute their plan, each accepting their role with the gravity the situation demanded. Croc disappeared down a side passage, his knowledge of the tunnel system allowing him to circle around to the chamber's far entrance. Batman remained in position, waiting for the distraction that would create his opportunity. Minutes passed in tense silence, broken only by the mechanical hums from the laboratory below and the distant drip of water that formed a constant background rhythm in these subterranean depths. Then it came, a tremendous crash, followed by shouts of alarm as Croc burst through a weakened wall section on the opposite side of the laboratory. His appearance created instant chaos, personnel abandoning workstations to flee the rampaging figure who seemed to embody their worst nightmares made flesh. Batman seized the moment, descending swiftly into the chamber and moving directly toward the containment units. The lab technicians were focused entirely on the threat Croc presented, allowing Batman to reach the cells undetected. Each was secured with electronic locks, sophisticated but no match for his decryption technology. I'm releasing you, he told the first conscious captive, a man whose physical deformities had likely made him an outcast in the world above. Can you help the others? The man nodded, relief and determination mixing in his expression. We take care of our own. As Batman worked methodically through the remaining locks, Croc continued his calculated rampage, destroying equipment but carefully avoiding harm to any personnel. His role was distraction, not vengeance, at least for now. The priority remained the safety of his community members. With the captives freed, Batman moved to the central workstation, downloading research data and securing samples of the compound. The laboratory's alarm systems had finally activated, suggesting additional security would soon arrive. They needed to complete their mission and evacuate quickly. The hostages are secure, Batman communicated to Croc. Time to end this facility. Croc needed no further instruction. With terrifying efficiency, he targeted the laboratory's infrastructure. Power generators, support columns, key equipment. Batman, meanwhile, planted small explosive charges at strategic points, ensuring the operation couldn't be quickly rebuilt. As they prepared to retreat with the freed captives, Batman noticed one lab technician attempting to secure research samples. He moved to intercept, but Croc was faster, capturing the man in one massive clawed hand. "Please," the technician begged, terror evident. "I'm just following orders. Crane will kill me if I lose his research." "And what about my people?" Croc growled, his voice deadly quiet. "The ones you were using as test animals?" Batman approached carefully, aware of the delicate moral balance in this moment. "He'll face justice," he said firmly, "but not here. Not like this." For a tense moment, Croc seemed poised to ignore Batman's counsel. Then, surprisingly, he lowered the terrified technician to the ground. "Your kind of justice never seems to stick," he rumbled. "And I won't become what they already think I am." The restraint demonstrated more humanity than many would credit Waylon Jones with possessing, reinforcing Batman's growing understanding of the complex figure before him. Not simply a monster, but a protector in his own way, fierce in defense of those under his care, yet capable of moral choices that defied simplistic categorization. With the charges set and the captives gathered, they retreated into the tunnel network. Batman triggered the explosives remotely once they'd reached safe distance, the muffled rumble of the destruction reverberating through the stone around them. The laboratory was neutralized, Crane's research set back significantly, though Batman harbored no illusions that the threat was permanently eliminated. As they led the rescued community members back toward the safety of Croc's sanctuary, Batman observed the interactions between the massive, scaled figure and those he protected. There was genuine relief in their reunions, trust in their communications, even a kind of familial warmth in how the youngest among them approached Croc without fear. In the flooded chamber where Lily waited, the reunions were particularly poignant. The blind girl somehow knew they were coming before they arrived, meeting them at the water's edge with uncanny precision. Her joy at sensing Croc's return was evident, as was her relief when she confirmed the rescued community members were with them. "The water told me you were successful," she said simply, her unseeing eyes directed unerringly toward Batman. "It carries the sound of many heartbeats returning." Later, as the community settled back into their sanctuary, Batman found himself in an unexpected conversation with Croc at the chamber's edge, the gentle lapping of water punctuating their exchange. "What happens now?" Croc asked, his normally aggressive demeanor subdued by exhaustion and lingering concern. "You've seen our sanctuary, know where to find us." Batman considered his response carefully. "Your community stays your community," he said finally. "I'll ensure the samples we recovered are used to develop protection against Crane's toxin, in case he tries again." Croc studied him with those unreadable reptilian eyes. "And us? You're not here to shut us down? Force everyone back to the surface that rejected them? This isn't a criminal operation, Croc. It's a refuge." Batman gestured toward where Lily was helping tend to one of the rescued captives. "These people have found something here they couldn't find above. Protection, acceptance, community, even from a monster like me." There was a challenge in Croc's tone, but also a genuine question. Batman met his gaze directly. "I've seen enough real monsters to know the difference between them and someone society merely labeled as one. The acknowledgement hung between them. Not quite trust, but a recognition more profound than either had expected to discover in these depths. Batman continued after a moment. I can help make this place safer, properly stabilize some of the deteriorating sections, ensure clean water flow. Croc's surprise was evident, quickly masked by suspicion. Why would you do that? Because everyone deserves sanctuary, Batman replied simply. Even those the world above has forgotten. As Batman prepared to return to the surface, Dr. Keeler approached with medical supplies gathered in her arms. I've analyzed the samples you provided, she said. Started working on treatment protocols for those who were exposed. With the right equipment, you'll have what you need, Batman assured her. Alfred will arrange deliveries through secure channels. The doctor nodded, gratitude evident in her expression. They won't go back, you know. Most of them have nowhere to return to, and some have found something better here. Batman finished. I understand. He departed through the passages they'd traversed earlier, Lily guiding him part of the way before turning back to her underground home. At the final junction before the surface access point, Batman paused to look back at the tunnel network stretching into darkness behind him. Beneath Gotham's streets, in chambers forgotten by the world above, an unlikely community had found what many in the brightness of day still searched for: acceptance, protection, belonging. Led by a figure most would consider a monster, they had created a haven where differences were strengths rather than stigmas, where the abandoned had built something precious from what the world had discarded. As Batman emerged into Gotham's night, the persistent rain had finally ceased, leaving the city washed clean under a sky where stars occasionally peeped through breaking clouds. He stood momentarily on a rooftop, water dripping from his cape, as he gazed across the urban landscape that held so many stories, some played out in plain sight, others hidden in shadows or depths most would never see. The city above continued its restless existence, largely unaware of the complex world beneath its streets. But Batman would remember, and in the quiet moments between Gotham's crises, he would ensure that those who had found sanctuary in the darkness would maintain their fragile peace, protected not just by scaled hands and darkness, but by the silent guardianship of the Dark Knight who understood, perhaps better than most, that monsters are often made, not born, and that redemption sometimes comes in the most unexpected forms and places. In the wet catacombs below, water continued its eternal journey through stone passages, carrying whispers of a different kind now, not of fear, but of a sanctuary preserved, where those rejected by the world above had found, in their own way, a place to belong. The gentle patter of rain against the Batcave's natural ceiling had become a soothing constant over the past week. Bruce Wayne sat at his workstation, completing his case notes on what the media had dubbed the underworld disappearances. The investigation had taken him into Gotham's forgotten depths, where he'd discovered an unexpected sanctuary led by Killer Croc and thwarted Scarecrow's attempts to use the underground community as unwilling test subject. Now, 3 days later, the promised medical supplies had been delivered to Dr. Keeler through secure channels, and preliminary reports indicated all of Crane's test subjects were responding well to treatment. The underground sanctuary remained undisturbed, its location known only to Batman and those who called it home. A most unusual alliance, Alfred observed, placing a cup of tea beside Bruce's keyboard. Though perhaps not entirely surprising. Mr. Jones has always been more complex than his appearance might suggest. Bruce nodded thoughtfully. Sometimes monsters are made, not born, Alfred. Croc found a way to protect others who'd been cast aside, just as he was. He took a sip of the tea, allowing its warmth to chase away the lingering chill of the catacombs that still seemed to cling to his thoughts. Everyone deserves sanctuary. Indeed, sir. Alfred's gaze drifted to the main computer screen, where a new alert had begun flashing. Though it seems Gotham's moments of peace remain frustratingly brief, Bruce turned his attention to the notification. GCPD had logged a peculiar break-in at the Gotham Museum of Art and Antiquities. Nothing stolen, but something left behind. A riddle without words, composed entirely of symbols and patterns that had thus far defied interpretation by police cryptographers. Edward Nigma, Bruce said quietly, opening the case file and studying the images of the peculiar cipher. But this is different from his usual methodology. The Riddler without words, Alfred raised an eyebrow. That would be rather like a cat without whiskers. Technically possible, but contradicting the essential nature of the beast. Bruce enlarged the image, studying the intricate patterns of symbols. Unlike Nigma's typically verbose riddles, this communication contained no text whatsoever, only geometric shapes arranged in sequences that somehow conveyed both mathematical precision and artistic intent. He's challenging me specifically, Bruce concluded after a moment of analysis. This isn't meant for the police or the public. It's designed for a mind that processes visual and mathematical patterns simultaneously. He glanced at another monitor, where the daily operations of Wayne Enterprises scrolled by, and he delivered it on the anniversary of my parents' donation of the East Wing to the museum. Alfred nodded grimly. So the game begins anew. What do you suppose Mr. Nigma is after this time? Bruce's expression shifted subtly as he uploaded the cipher to his advanced decryption algorithms. That's the real riddle, isn't it? With Edward, the puzzles are merely the wrapping paper. It's what lies beneath that concerns me. As the computer began its analysis, Bruce leaned back slightly, allowing his mind to shift from the primal instinctive world of Gotham's underground to the precisely calculated challenges of the Riddler. From one kind of darkness to another, yet fundamentally different in nature, where Croc's domain had been defined by water, stone, and survival, Nigma's playground was built from logic, ego, and intellect. I'll need a different approach for this, Bruce murmured, almost to himself. The Riddler wants an audience, a witness to his brilliance. He studied the soundless cipher, already noting patterns that others might miss. This is just his opening move. Alfred gathered the empty cup with practiced efficiency. I shall prepare for a potentially lengthy engagement then. The Riddler's games rarely conclude swiftly. Bruce nodded, his focus already narrowing to the puzzle before him. Rain continued its gentle percussion against the cave's ceiling, a natural counterpoint to the artificial precision of Nigma's cipher. Two worlds, two adversaries, each requiring Batman to adapt, not just his tactics, but his very way of thinking. The Dark Knight rose from his chair, moving toward the Batsuit with purpose in his stride. Tonight would require a different kind of navigation, not through flooded catacombs and forgotten chambers, but through the labyrinthine pathways of a brilliant but broken mind. The cipher without sound was waiting to be understood, and somewhere in Gotham, the Riddler was waiting to begin his next elaborate performance. The game was afoot, a game of intellect rather than strength, of patterns instead of primal fears. Batman would need to match Nigma's brilliance with his own, solving the soundless cipher before whatever scheme it heralded could unfold across his city. Rain fell in gentle curtains across Gotham City, droplets catching the glow of neon signs and street lamps before dissolving into darkness. From his vantage point atop the Gotham Central Bank, Batman watched the city breathe beneath its veil of water. There was something almost meditative about patrol nights like these, when the constant noise of the metropolis was softened by rainfall, when even the most persistent sirens seemed muted by nature's quiet symphony. "Sam, I've detected another anomaly in the digital spectrum." Alfred's voice came through the cowl, barely above a whisper, as though respecting the tranquility of the moment. "Same frequency range as the others. This one's manifesting on the billboard across from your current position." Batman shifted his gaze to the massive digital display advertising Gotham's latest luxury high-rise. To ordinary eyes, the billboard showed nothing unusual, just rotating images of penthouse views and amenity spaces. But as he engaged his cowl's specialized filters, a pattern emerged in the ultrasonic frequencies being emitted alongside the visual display. A QR code, invisible to human perception, pulsing just beyond the threshold of hearing. "I see it, Alfred. Capturing the pattern now." The rainfall intensified slightly, creating a soft white noise backdrop as Batman's systems recorded the ultrasonic signature. This was the 5th such code detected in the past 3 nights, each one appearing briefly, each one completely silent to all but the most specialized detection equipment. The Riddler had reinvented himself once again, and this time his methodology was more subtle than ever before. "Pattern secured and transmitting to the cave," Batman confirmed, the water running in rivulets down his cape as he maintained his stillness. "Has there been any progress to coding the previous sequences?" "Progress, yes. Clarity, less so." Alfred's voice carried that particular tone of measured patience he reserved for particularly perplexing problems. "Each code, when translated, yields only fragments, mathematical sequences that seem to reference other sequences. Mr. Enigma appears to have constructed an elaborate cipher that builds upon itself. The pieces only make sense when viewed together, like a constellation only visible when all stars are plotted." Batman allowed himself a moment of stillness, feeling the rain's gentle percussion against his armor. Edward Nygma's latest game carried none of the theatrical flourishes that usually characterized his work. No grandiose verbal riddles, no public declarations, no taunting messages, just silent code, transmitted in a spectrum humans couldn't naturally perceive. "It's unlike him to remain this quiet," Batman observed, preparing to move to another observation point. "The Riddler craves audience recognition almost as much as intellectual validation." "Perhaps that's part of the riddle itself," Alfred suggested. "The change in methodology often reveals something about the motives behind it." Batman launched his grapnel toward a water tower several blocks east, allowing the line to pull him through the rain-soaked night. The sensation of movement through falling water created a curious cocoon of tranquility, a suspension between elements that matched his current state of mind. This case required a different kind of focus, a patience that flowed rather than forced. As he landed silently atop the water tower, his cowl alerted him to an incoming transmission from Lucius Fox. "I'm here, Lucius." "Bruce, I've completed the modified receiver you requested." Fox's voice was calm and measured, a counterpoint to the rain's gentle rhythm. "It can detect ultrasonic QR codes across a much wider radius than your cowl's systems. More importantly, it can capture and store the full waveform patterns, not just the visual representation." "You think the sound itself contains additional information?" Batman asked, scanning the digital displays visible from his new position. "I think, with Edward Nygma, we should assume every detail matters," Lucius replied. "These aren't just visual patterns converted to sound. They're complex waveforms with characteristics that might contain encrypted data. The amplitude variations, frequency shifts, phase relationships, all potential carriers for hidden messages. Batman considered this as he observed the city below. Digital billboards, news tickers, electronic bus advertisements. Gotham had transformed over the years into a canvas of light and information, perfect territory for someone like the Riddler to hide messages in plain sight, yet beyond natural perception. I'm heading back to collect the receiver, Batman decided. Alfred, continue analyzing the patterns we've gathered so far. Look for mathematical relationships beyond the obvious sequences, prime numbers, Fibonacci patterns, anything that might form a key. Already pursuing several such avenues, sir, Alfred replied with that gentle hint of amusement that suggested he'd anticipated the request. And shall I prepare some hot tea for your return? This rain seems particularly persistent tonight. Despite the circumstances, Batman felt a subtle warming at the familiar concern. Tea would be welcome, Alfred. As he made his way back toward Wayne Manor, Batman reflected on the curious nature of this case. The Riddler had always been verbose, his criminal activities as much about demonstrating intellectual superiority as achieving any material gain. This new approach, silent, patient, hidden in plain sight yet imperceptible without technology, represented something different. Not just a change in tactics, but perhaps a deeper shift in Nigma's psychological profile. The rain followed him all the way back to the cave, its steady patter against the Batmobile's exterior creating a soothing backdrop for contemplation. When he emerged into the cave's vast interior, he found Alfred had indeed prepared tea, the steam rising in delicate spirals from a porcelain pot positioned beside the main computer terminal. The first 4 patterns, when combined and processed through our decryption matrix, Alfred explained, gesturing to the displays, where complex waveforms undulated like silent music, yield this sequence. On the central screen, a series of numbers arranged in a geometric pattern slowly rotated in 3-dimensional space. It resembled a mathematical mobile, digits suspended in precise relationships to one another, forming a structure that seemed somehow both random and deliberate. "It's beautiful," Batman observed quietly, removing his cowl and accepting the cup Alfred offered, "and entirely unlike Nigma's usual approach." "Indeed, sir. No wordplay, no verbal cleverness, just pure mathematical relationships." Alfred studied the pattern with thoughtful intensity. The elegance suggests a mind seeking order rather than chaos. I find that somewhat reassuring, given Mr. Nigma's historical tendencies. Bruce sipped the tea, a subtle blend with hints of bergamot and chamomile, and felt the warmth spread through him, a pleasant contrast to the cool dampness of the night patrol. "What does the 5th pattern add to the sequence?" Alfred tapped several keys and the newly captured code began processing through their systems. "Integration in progress. It may take some time to properly..." The mathematical mobile on screen shifted, incorporating new elements that altered its entire structure. What had appeared as abstract patterns suddenly revealed a suggestion of something more concrete, the barest outline of what might be a map or schematic. "Computer, enhance pattern recognition and apply topographical mapping," Bruce instructed, setting down his tea to step closer to the display. The system responded immediately, refining the mathematical points into a more defined structure. That's Gotham's data network infrastructure, Bruce realized, recognizing the distinctive hub-and-spoke architecture that formed the backbone of the city's digital communications. Specifically, the emergency response grid, the network responsible for coordinating police, fire, medical services. Alfred's voice trailed off as the implications became clear. and connected to every traffic control system, power grid management node, and public safety alert mechanism in the city. Bruce finished. If someone gained control of those systems simultaneously, Gotham would be effectively paralyzed, Alfred concluded. Yet there's still no indication of when or how such an event might be triggered. Bruce studied the pattern, noting how certain mathematical nodes pulsed with subtle rhythms that seemed to follow some internal logic. We're still missing pieces of the puzzle. The complete cipher hasn't revealed itself yet. So our silent Mr. Nigma continues his equally silent countdown, Alfred observed, refilling Bruce's teacup with practiced grace. Though, countdown to what remains the question. Bruce turned his attention to the specialized receiver Lucius had prepared, which Alfred had placed on a nearby workbench. The device was elegant in its simplicity, a compact array of sensors housed in a matte black casing that could easily attach to his utility belt. Lucius included detailed notes on the operation parameters. Alfred indicated a tablet displaying technical specifications, and mentioned something rather interesting about the ultrasonic spectrum being utilized. It appears Mr. Nigma is using frequencies that, while inaudible to humans, fall within ranges that certain animals find quite perceptible. Which animals specifically? Bruce asked, already suspecting the answer. Bats, primarily. Alfred confirmed with the slightest hint of irony in his voice. Along with certain marine mammals and specialized insect species. The frequencies are particularly aligned with the echolocation patterns of several bat species native to Gotham's cave systems. Bruce allowed himself the faintest smile. So he's speaking in a language only bats can hear naturally. It would appear Mr. Nigma's appreciation for thematic consistency remains intact, even in silence, Alfred replied dryly. I've taken the liberty of plotting the locations where these signals have been detected thus far. A map of Gotham materialized on one of the secondary screens, 5 points illuminated in sequence. Bruce studied the pattern, searching for geometric relationships, known Riddler locations, anything that might suggest where the next transmission might appear. There's no obvious spatial pattern, he observed. The points aren't equidistant, don't form any recognizable shape. Perhaps the locations themselves hold significance beyond their spatial relationship, Alfred suggested. What do these 5 places have in common? Bruce considered each site: the East Side Financial District, the Robinson Park Observation Tower, the Gotham Municipal Archives, the University Technology Center, and now the luxury development billboard near Central District. Different neighborhoods, different types of structures, different ownership. They're all recent, he realized suddenly. None of these locations existed in their current form more than 5 years ago. The financial district was redeveloped after the earthquake. The observation tower was rebuilt last year. The archives moved to their new building 18 months ago. New iterations of Gotham, Alfred nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps Mr. Nigma is making a statement about transformation, his own or the city's. Bruce donned the cowl again, securing the new receiver to his utility belt. Need to find the next transmission point before it activates. If we're right about this pattern, it will be somewhere recently built or renovated, which narrows it down to approximately 1/3 of Gotham's landscape, Alfred observed with gentle irony. The reconstruction efforts have been rather extensive in recent years. Focus on technology hubs, communication centers, places where digital infrastructure intersects with public spaces, Bruce instructed, moving toward the Batmobile. And alert Lucius, we may need additional receivers deployed across the city to triangulate the next signal. Of course, sir, and might I suggest consulting with Miss Gordon as well. Her expertise in digital security systems could prove invaluable in deciphering Mr. Nigma's ultimate objective. Bruce paused, considering the suggestion. Not yet. Barbara's coordinating the satellite upgrades for the Justice League this week. Let's see what we can determine on our own first. As the Batmobile's systems engaged, Bruce heard Alfred's voice once more through the cowl. The rain is expected to continue through the night, sir. Do drive carefully. Wet roads and contemplative detective work make for hazardous combinations. The gentle concern in those words followed Batman back into Gotham's rain-washed embrace, a reminder of the human connections that anchored his purpose. As the city's lights blurred through sheets of water, he felt his mind settling into the particular clarity that complex puzzles often brought, a focused tranquility where patterns and possibilities flowed together like the raindrops streaming across the Batmobile's canopy. The Gotham Technology Corridor stretched before him, a recently developed district where startups and established tech firms had claimed territory in gleaming glass towers. If the Riddler was targeting newly transformed spaces with significance to digital infrastructure, this area offered multiple potential transmission points. Batman parked the Batmobile in a secluded service alley and ascended to the rooftops, where the rain continued its gentle percussion against his cape and cowl. The new receiver from Lucius emitted the faintest of vibrations against his utility belt, not detecting a transmission yet, but actively scanning the ultrasonic spectrum for anomalies. "Alfred, I'm going to patrol a grid pattern through the tech corridor," he sub-vocalized through the cowl's communication system. "The receiver should alert me to any transmissions within its detection radius." "Very good, sir. I've been reviewing the mathematical structures from the previous codes, and I believe I've identified a temporal pattern. If it holds, the next transmission should occur within the next 43 minutes. Batman moved silently across the rain-slicked rooftops, the city below him wrapped in a gauzy veil of precipitation that softened its hard edges and muted its usual cacophony. There was something almost meditative about moving through this dampened landscape, senses attuned to subtle variations in the digital spectrum rather than the usual urban disruptions. 27 minutes into his patrol, the receiver against his belt vibrated with increasing intensity. Batman paused on the edge of a communications company headquarters, its roof bristling with satellite dishes and transmission equipment now glistening with rainfall. "I'm getting a signal," he reported quietly, strong and growing stronger. "Location is the Gothlink communications tower." "Gothlink," Alfred confirmed, completed just this past January. They provide back-end infrastructure for approximately 40% of Gotham's internet traffic, including secure channels for several financial institutions. Batman adjusted the receiver's sensitivity, triangulating the precise source of the ultrasonic transmission. "It's coming from the main transmission array, near the northeastern corner of the roof." He moved toward the source with practiced silence, the rain providing additional cover for his approach. The transmission array consisted of several satellite dishes and a forest of antennae, all oriented toward different sectors of the city. As Batman drew closer, his cowl's enhanced vision detected a small device attached to one of the primary dishes, something that didn't belong to the original equipment. "I've found it. Nigma's attached a transmitter to the main array. It's piggybacking on Gothlink's own broadcast capacity, amplifying its ultrasonic signal across the network." The device was elegant in its simplicity, a small module barely larger than a playing card, with no obvious control mechanisms or power source. Batman carefully recorded its ultrasonic output with the specialized receiver, capturing the invisible QR code embedded in its silent broadcast. "Transmitting the new pattern to you now, Alfred. We need to integrate it with the others immediately." "Receiving now, sir. Beginning integration process." Alfred's voice remained calm, but Batman detected the subtle tension indicating focused concentration. This one appears more complex than its predecessors. The mathematical relationships are shifting as I attempt to incorporate them into our existing model. Batman studied the transmitter without touching it, scanning for booby traps or security measures that might trigger if disturbed. The device itself might provide additional clues. I'm going to attempt to secure it for analysis. Using specialized tools from his utility belt, Batman carefully detached the transmitter from the satellite dish, maintaining its power connection to ensure the transmission continued uninterrupted. The last thing he wanted was to alert Nigma that his puzzle pieces had been discovered. "Sir?" Alfred's voice carried a note of revelation. "The new pattern has transformed our model entirely. What appeared to be a map of Gotham's emergency systems now clearly indicates a cascading failure protocol, essentially a blueprint for systematically disabling the city's digital infrastructure in a precisely coordinated sequence." "A digital blackout," Batman confirmed, securing the transmitter in a shielded compartment of his utility belt. "Timed or triggered?" "Both, it appears. The mathematical model suggests a predetermined sequence initiated by some external trigger event, and based on the temporal spacing of these transmissions, I calculate that we're approaching the final stages of whatever countdown Mr. Nigma has established." Batman moved back across the rooftops, rain streaming down his cape as he processed this information. "We need to determine how many more transmission points exist and where the master trigger mechanism is located." "I believe I can help with the first question," Alfred replied. "The integrated pattern now clearly indicates 7 total transmission points. With this latest acquisition, we've discovered 6. 1 remains." "And the pattern itself doesn't indicate the final location?" "Not explicitly, no. However, there's an elegant mathematical progression in how these points relate to Gotham's digital topology. If the pattern holds—" Alfred paused, and Batman could hear him working through calculations. "The final transmission point should be at or near Gotham's primary internet exchange facility. The data center near Sprang River Bridge," Batman concluded. "Constructed last year as part of the city's digital infrastructure modernization." "Precisely, sir. A facility that connects virtually every digital network in Gotham to the broader internet. The perfect culmination point for Mr. Nigma's silent puzzle." Batman changed direction, moving with renewed purpose toward the eastern edge of the city, where the massive data center stood like a fortress of the digital age. The rain had settled into a steady rhythm, neither increasing nor diminishing, creating a consistent auditory backdrop that seemed to amplify the silence of the Riddler's methodology. As he traversed the city, Batman reflected on the unusual nature of this particular case. Edward Nigma typically craved attention, constructing elaborate verbal puzzles and riddles that demonstrated his intellectual superiority. This silent approach, hidden in frequencies beyond human perception, embedded in mathematical relationships rather than wordplay, represented something new. A Riddler who had, perhaps, tired of explaining his brilliance to an uncomprehending world. "Alfred, has there been any communication from Arkham regarding Nigma's status? Any changes in his psychological evaluations or treatment protocols?" "I took the liberty of checking those records when we first identified his involvement," Alfred replied. "According to Dr. Leland's most recent assessment, Mr. Nigma has been increasingly withdrawn during therapy sessions. He submitted a formal request 3 months ago to have all verbal communications with staff conducted via written notes rather than spoken dialogue. He's deliberately limiting his speech," Batman observed. vaulting across an alleyway to land silently on the next rooftop, choosing silence over his usual verbose approach. Dr. Leland noted her concern about this development. She described it as a potentially concerning shift from exhibitionistic intellectual display toward internalized obsession. She had recommended additional therapeutic intervention, but the request was denied due to staffing limitations. Batman absorbed this information as he continued toward the data center, now visible in the distance, a massive structure of reinforced concrete with minimal windows and extensive security measures. So we're dealing with a Riddler who's turned inward, communicating through pure mathematics and ultrasonic frequencies. The question is, why? Perhaps Mr. Nigma has grown tired of being misunderstood, Alfred suggested quietly. Words can be imprecise, subject to interpretation. Mathematics offers a purity of expression that language often lacks. The observation resonated with Batman as he approached the perimeter of the data center complex. Rain continued to fall in gentle sheets across the facility's expansive security zones, creating a natural sound dampening effect that made his silent approach even easier than usual. Initiating scan for ultrasonic transmissions, he reported, activating the specialized receiver. Almost immediately, the device registered a signal, but different from the previous patterns. Alfred, I'm detecting something, but it's not following the same transmission protocol as the others. This one is pulsing, changing frequency in a rhythmic pattern. Perhaps this final transmission is meant to serve a different function than its predecessors, Alfred suggested. If the previous 6 established the pattern, this 7th point might be the activation mechanism. Batman moved carefully through the facility's outer security perimeter, his cowl's systems easily bypassing the electronic surveillance. The ultrasonic signal grew stronger as he approached the main cooling systems, massive units that regulated temperature for the thousands of servers housed within the facility. The signal is coming from the primary cooling control unit, he reported, examining the sophisticated machinery from which the pulsing ultrasonic pattern emanated. Nigma has integrated his device directly into the facility's temperature regulation systems. Unlike the previous transmitters, this one wasn't simply attached to existing equipment. It had been carefully integrated into the control circuitry itself, suggesting a level of physical access to the facility that raised additional security concerns. He was here in person, Batman observed. This installation required direct access to the control systems, not just external attachment, which means either Mr. Nigma has escaped Arkham without our knowledge, or he has an accomplice with considerable technical expertise, Alfred noted with concern. Batman carefully examined the integrated device, noting its considerably more complex design compared to the previous transmitters. This isn't just transmitting a pattern, it's receiving signals from the other transmission points and processing them through some kind of algorithm. The trigger mechanism for his cascade failure protocol, Alfred confirmed. Sir, if I'm interpreting these patterns correctly, this device is designed to initiate a synchronized shutdown of critical systems across Gotham's entire digital infrastructure. Power grid, emergency services, traffic control, communication networks, all disabled simultaneously. Batman connected a specialized diagnostic tool from his utility belt to the device, careful not to disturb its operation while analyzing its programming. The question is when. Is this operating on a timer, or waiting for some external trigger condition? The diagnostic tool displayed its findings on his cowl's heads-up display, lines of elegant code scrolling past in a silent waterfall of programming logic. Batman recognized elements of Nigma's distinctive coding style, but there were unfamiliar components as well, suggesting collaboration. Alfred, I'm sending you the code architecture. There are elements here I don't recognize. not consistent with Nigma's usual programming approach. Receiving now, sir. Yes, I see what you mean. The core logic is undoubtedly Mr. Nigma's work. His mathematical signatures are quite distinctive, but the implementation layer shows a different hand entirely. More elegant, more efficient, almost... Batman continued his analysis of the device, noting how carefully it had been integrated into the cooling system's control architecture. Whoever helped him has a deep understanding of HVAC systems and industrial control protocols. This isn't just programming knowledge, it's specialized engineering expertise. As he worked, the rain outside intensified briefly, its rhythm against the facility's roof creating a soothing white noise that seemed to complement the focused nature of his investigation. There was something almost meditative about this case, a puzzle of silence and mathematics, unfolding without the usual theatrical declarations or public threats. Alfred cross-ex-counsel Arkham's visitor logs for Nigma against individuals with backgrounds in industrial control systems, particularly HVAC engineering or data center infrastructure already in progress, sir. This may be of interest. Over the past 6 months, Nigma received regular visits from a Dr. Elena Felton, listed as a speech therapist consulting on communication disorders. Her background check for Arkham clearance lists previous employment with Gotham University's engineering department. Speech therapist with engineering experience, Batman mused, continuing his careful examination of the device. Check faculty records at Gotham University. See if there's any connection. A few moments passed, filled only with the gentle sound of rainfall and the soft hum of the cooling equipment. Then Alfred's voice returned with newfound clarity. Elena Felton was apparently a doctoral candidate in acoustic engineering at Gotham University until 3 years ago. Her dissertation focus was on ultrasonic communication methods for individuals with vocal disabilities. She left the program abruptly following an accident in one of the sound laboratories that left her with significant hearing damage and, according to medical records, permanent vocal cord paralysis. She can't speak. Batman realized, the pieces falling into place, and she's been visiting Nigma regularly, ostensibly as a therapist. A perfect accomplice for a newly silent riddler, Alfred agreed. Her expertise in ultrasonic communication would provide exactly the technical knowledge needed for these transmission devices, and her Arkham clearance would give her regular, unsupervised access to Mr. Nigma. Batman completed his diagnostic scan of the device, now understanding more clearly what he was dealing with. This trigger mechanism is designed to activate when it receives specific ultrasonic confirmation signals from all 6 previous transmission points. It's a synced array. They all need to be functioning correctly for the cascade failure to initiate, which explains the mathematical relationships in the patterns, Alfred noted. They're not just puzzle pieces, they're system integrity confirmations. And based on the timestamp in this code, Batman continued, the system check occurs every hour, on the hour. The next check is in, he glanced at the time display in his cowl, 17 minutes. If all 6 transmission points report correct functioning, the trigger will activate, Alfred concluded, initiating the blackout protocol. Batman considered his options. Disabling this primary device might prevent the trigger, but could also alert Nigma and Felton that their system had been compromised. A more elegant solution presented itself. I'm going to modify one of the transmission points to send an incorrect confirmation signal, he decided. The Gothlink transmitter I secured earlier. I can alter its output just enough to fail the system integrity check without completely disabling it, thereby causing the trigger mechanism to postpone activation while it attempts to diagnose the problem. Alfred understood immediately. buying us time to locate Mr. Nigma and Dr. Felton. Batman carefully removed the Gothlink transmitter from his utility belt, using his portable diagnostic tools to make precise adjustments to its broadcast pattern. The work required delicate attention, changing the mathematical relationships just enough to fail verification without making the alteration obvious. The rain continued its gentle percussion against the facility as he worked, creating a soothing backdrop that helped maintain his focused concentration. There was something almost peaceful about this particular case, a battle of silent intellects rather than physical confrontation. "Modifications complete," he reported after several minutes of careful work. "I'll return this to the Gothlink tower and then continue tracking Felton's movements. We need to locate their operations center. I've been analyzing property records associated with Dr. Felton," Alfred replied. "She maintained a university housing apartment until her departure from the doctoral program, but there's no record of current residence in Gotham. However, she did inherit a property from her grandfather approximately 4 years ago, a decommissioned signal tower on Gotham's eastern perimeter, originally used for maritime communications before the harbor was modernized. Perfect location for ultrasonic experiments," Batman observed, securing the modified transmitter and preparing to exit the facility. "Isolated, designed for broadcast capabilities, overlooking the water where sound transmission characteristics can be studied in detail. The property hasn't drawn power from Gotham's grid in over 2 years," Alfred added, suggesting either abandonment or, more likely given our current situation, independent power generation to avoid detection. Batman moved through the continuing rainfall, his path back across the city somehow more contemplative than urgent. This wasn't a case of imminent destruction or direct threat to human life, just a silent, elegant attempt to sever Gotham's digital connections. A disruption rather than destruction, forcing the city to experience temporary disconnection from its technological dependencies. After repositioning the modified transmitter at the Gothlink tower, Batman directed the Batmobile toward the eastern perimeter, where the Gothlink tower stood in silent isolation. As he approached, he could see the distinctive silhouette against the pre-dawn sky, a slender structure rising from rocky shoreline, its upper levels enclosed in what had once been signal processing chambers. "No external signs of occupation," he reported as he parked the Batmobile in a concealed position several hundred yards from the tower. But the structure would naturally shield any internal light or activity from outside observation. The tower's original design included multiple shielded chambers for sensitive equipment, Alfred noted. Ideal for conducting experiments with ultrasonic frequencies without external interference or detection. Batman approached on foot, moving silently through the diminishing rainfall. The gentle precipitation had settled into a fine mist that hung in the air, creating a soft focus effect across the landscape and muffling what little sound existed in this isolated area. His cowl's scanning systems detected no traditional security measures, no motion sensors, no cameras, no alarm triggers. No electronic security, he observed. But that doesn't mean no security at all. As if confirming his suspicion, the specialized receiver at his belt began vibrating with gentle intensity. "Alfred, I'm detecting ultrasonic frequencies, different from the transmission patterns we've been tracking. These are more diffuse, almost like a field rather than a directed signal, a perimeter defense system using frequencies beyond human perception," Alfred suggested. "Elegant and consistent with Dr. Felton's expertise. One imagines conventional security measures would seem rather crude to someone who communicates through inaudible sound waves." Batman adjusted his cowl's sensors to map the ultrasonic field surrounding the tower. The pattern that emerged was sophisticated, concentric rings of varying frequencies that would be undetectable without specialized equipment. Not harmful frequencies, just distinctive enough that any disruption to their pattern would alert someone monitoring from within. I need to move through this sound field without disrupting its pattern, he realized. The frequencies are calibrated to detect solid objects moving within their range. Perhaps a gentler approach than your usual infiltration methods might be advisable, Alfred suggested. Water and sound have interesting relationships, particularly in how sound waves propagate through moisture-laden air. Batman considered this as he studied the ultrasonic field patterns. The continuing mist created perfect conditions for sound propagation, while simultaneously offering a medium that might help mask his movement if approached correctly. Moving with exceptional care, he began making his way through the perimeter field, his every movement calculated to work with rather than against the ultrasonic waves. It was almost like a form of Tai Chi, each step, each shift in position, harmonizing with the invisible energies surrounding him. The rain mist helped, creating tiny droplets that scattered the sound waves in natural patterns that helped disguise his progress. It took nearly 15 minutes to traverse what would normally have been less than a minute's approach, but Batman eventually reached the tower's base without triggering any detectable change in the ultrasonic field. The structure's entrance, a weathered metal door set into the concrete foundation, showed subtle signs of recent use despite its deliberately neglected appearance. "I'm at the entry point," he sub-vocalized. No visible security measures, but the door frame has been modified, likely with additional ultrasonic sensors. Given the sophistication of the perimeter system, one might assume the interior security follows similar principles, Alfred observed. Sound-based detection rather than conventional methods. Batman examined the door with multiple scanning modes, eventually detecting the faint electrical signature of a custom security system integrated into the frame. Not ultrasonic this time, but something equally subtle. Pressure sensors calibrated to detect specific entry patterns. It's a sequential pressure lock, he determined after careful analysis. The door frame has been modified to detect the specific pressure pattern of someone's hand applying force in a predetermined sequence, essentially a tactile password. Dr. Felton's specialty appears to extend beyond sound to other non-verbal communication methods, Alfred noted. Quite ingenious for someone who cannot speak conventional passwords. Batman studied the wear patterns on the door frame, barely visible even with enhanced vision. After several minutes of careful observation, he identified the likely sequence. Subtle indentations, where repeated pressure had been applied in the same locations over time. With precise control, he replicated the pattern, applying calibrated pressure to specific points in what he believed was the correct sequence. The door released with a soft click, swinging inward to reveal a darkened stairwell. No alarm sounded, no lights activated, just the silent invitation of an open passage. Batman moved inside, closing the door carefully behind him. The interior was illuminated only by the faint glow of monitoring equipment several levels up, visible as a subtle blue reflection against the curved walls of the stairwell. As he ascended, Batman noted how the staircase had been modified. Sound-dampening materials applied to the walls and steps, creating a space of exceptional acoustic isolation. Even his exceptionally quiet movement generated virtually no sound as he climbed toward the light source above. The main signal chamber occupied the tower's upper level, a circular room once filled with maritime communication equipment, now transformed into a sophisticated workshop. Digital displays lined the walls, showing various waveform patterns and mathematical models that Batman immediately recognized as more complex versions of the patterns they'd been tracking. In the center of the room, A workstation hosted multiple specialized devices for generating and analyzing ultrasonic frequencies. But what caught Batman's attention most was the wall directly opposite the stairwell entrance. A massive display showing Gotham's digital infrastructure in real time, each connection point illuminated and color-coded. 6 points pulsed with particular intensity, corresponding to the transmission locations they'd discovered. Lines of connection between these points formed a geometric pattern that Batman recognized from the mathematical model they'd constructed. The blueprint for Nigma's Cascade Failure Protocol. "I've found their operations center," he sub-vocalized to Alfred. "They've been monitoring the entire system from here, but no sign of Nigma or Felton themselves." Before Alfred could respond, Batman's attention was drawn to a subtle change in the room's ultrasonic ambience. His cowl's sensors detected new frequencies entering the space, not from any equipment, but from a doorway leading to an adjacent chamber. Someone was approaching. He moved silently to a position of concealment as the door opened, revealing a slender woman whose measured movements suggested complete comfort in the specialized environment. Dr. Elena Felton moved to the central workstation with practiced efficiency, her attention immediately drawn to one of the displays where an alert indicator pulsed softly. Batman watched as she studied the display, her expression shifting from concentration to concern as she noted the anomaly in the Gothlink transmission. The modifications he had implemented to prevent the trigger activation. Her fingers moved across a specialized interface, adjusting parameters and running diagnostic sequences with impressive speed. After several minutes of focused work, she straightened, her expression now one of resigned understanding. Without speaking, without the ability to speak, she pressed a sequence on the workstation's main console. The large display showing Gotham's infrastructure shifted, the Cascade Failure Protocol that had been counting down now transitioning to a dormant state. Then, still without making a sound, she turned directly toward Batman's position of concealment and made a simple gesture of invitation, opening her hand palm upward, a universal signal of peaceful acknowledgement. "She knows I'm here," Batman reported quietly to Alfred, "and she's just voluntarily disabled the trigger mechanism." Seeing no reason to maintain the pretense of concealment, Batman stepped into view, his presence filling the circular chamber without any need for dramatic flourish. Dr. Felton watched him with calm assessment, showing neither fear nor surprise at his appearance. From a side table, she retrieved a tablet, quickly typing a message before turning the screen toward him. "You modified the Gothlink transmitter. Elegant solution. I assume you've determined the nature of our project." "A coordinated shutdown of Gotham's digital infrastructure," Batman confirmed. His voice modulated to a gentle timbre that respected the room's acoustic property, triggered through ultrasonic transmissions imperceptible to conventional detection methods. She nodded, typing another message. Edward believed Gotham needed silence, a respite from constant digital noise. Not destruction, just temporary quiet. "Where is Nigma now?" Batman asked. Her expression revealed a touch of sadness as she typed. "Still at Arkham. This was our shared project, but I implemented the physical components. He provided the mathematical architecture." Batman studied her as she continued typing. "We never intended permanent damage. The systems would have restored automatically after 24 hours. A demonstration of digital vulnerability, not a malicious attack." "A silent riddle about silence itself," Batman observed. She nodded, a faint smile acknowledging his understanding. Her fingers moved across the tablet again. "Edward has given up spoken riddles, found them inadequate, misunderstood. Mathematics speaks more clearly than words ever could, and you provided the expertise to translate his mathematical concepts into ultrasonic transmission protocols, Batman concluded. A partnership based on shared appreciation for communication beyond conventional speech. Dr. Felton's expression softened as she typed. We both lost our voices in different ways. Found new languages in silence and mathematics. Is that so wrong? The question hung in the air between them, carrying no threat or challenge, just a genuine philosophical inquiry. Batman considered his response carefully, aware that the woman before him was not driven by malice or destructive intent, but by a complex relationship with silence and communication. The method isn't wrong, he finally replied, but imposing silence on others without consent would be, however elegant the mathematics behind it. She nodded slowly, accepting the distinction. Her fingers moved across the tablet once more. Project already deactivated. All transmitters programmed to go dormant after 72 hours regardless. A riddle with built-in expiration. Batman moved to the central workstation. Examining the now dormant Cascade protocol, I'll need to confirm the deactivation myself and secure the transmitters. She made a gesture of acceptance, then typed, Take what you need. The mathematics remain beautiful, even unimplemented. As Batman worked to verify the systems shut down, Dr. Felton typed one final message. Tell Edward I'm sorry we couldn't complete our symphony of silence. Perhaps another composition, with proper permissions next time. Batman looked up from the workstation. You know this means you'll need to accompany me to GCPD. Unauthorized access to critical infrastructure carries serious charges. Her smile held no resentment as she typed. Of course, consequences are part of the equation, but I hope someone recognizes the elegance of what we attempted, not destruction, just temporary quiet in an endlessly noisy world. As dawn broke over Gotham, bathing the signal tower in gentle morning light, Batman contacted GCPD to arrange for Dr. Felton's proper processing. The rain had finally stopped, leaving behind a freshly washed city beginning to stir into its daily rhythms. The digital connections that might have been temporarily severed continued their ceaseless flow, uninterrupted by the silent riddle that had nearly played out across the ultrasonic spectrum. Later, as Bruce Wayne sat in the quiet of the Batcave, he reflected on the unusual case with Alfred. It wasn't really about chaos or destruction, he observed, studying the mathematical models they had reconstructed from the Riddler's transmissions. Just a statement about digital noise and the value of silence. Perhaps Mr. Nigma has found something worth exploring in his new approach, Alfred suggested, placing a fresh cup of tea beside the computer terminal. There is, after all, profound wisdom to be found in silence when properly appreciated. Bruce considered this as he sipped the fragrant tea, feeling the warmth spread through him like a counterpoint to the cool stillness of the cave. Iagmaz's methods were wrong, but his insight wasn't entirely misplaced. We rarely experience true digital silence anymore. Indeed, sir. Perhaps a reminder that even in this connected age, some puzzles are best solved in quiet contemplation. Alfred glanced at the mathematical patterns still displayed on the screen, their elegant relationships forming what almost resembled a silent musical score, though I imagine Dr. Felton will find the acoustics at Blackgate somewhat less than ideal for her continued experiments. Bruce allowed himself a small smile at the dry observation, his thoughts already turning toward his next patrol of Gotham's rain-washed streets. The city would never truly know the silent riddle that had nearly transformed its digital landscape, a puzzle expressed in ultrasonic frequencies and mathematical relationships rather than words. Perhaps, he reflected, that was fitting for a mystery that had valued silence above all else. As night fell once more, Batman returned to the city, moving through its familiar patterns of light and shadow, noise and relative quiet, with renewed appreciation for the delicate balance between connection and solitude. Somewhere in Arkham, Edward Nygma continued his own silent contemplations, crafting mathematical riddles that required no spoken words to express their elegant complexity. A different kind of riddler, speaking in a language few would ever truly hear or comprehend, and in that thought Batman found a certain tranquility. For in a city that never truly fell silent, there remained spaces between sounds where clarity could still be found for those patient enough to listen. In the aftermath of his latest transformation, Kirk Langstrom, Manbat, has taken refuge in Gotham Museum's closed natural history wing. Surrounded by preserved specimens and evolutionary exhibits, he contemplates his dual nature while trying to stabilize his condition. Batman approaches cautiously through the dimly lit galleries, hoping to help the brilliant scientist who finds himself increasingly lost between human rationality and bat instinct. Their encounter becomes a quiet meditation on identity and acceptance, set against the backdrop of silent dioramas and moonlight filtering through skylights. This next journey through Gotham's shadows explores the gentle resonance between two beings who each embody dual natures, one by choice, one by circumstance. As Batman moves through the hushed museum corridors, seeking not to capture but to understand, we follow his methodical steps into a world where science and nature blur into something both beautiful and melancholic. Rain fell in silver sheets across Gotham's skyline, transforming the city's harsh angles into a watercolor painting of blurred lights and gentle shadows. From his perch on the Gotham Royal Hotel's observation deck, Batman watched the storm caress the city he had sworn to protect. There was a peculiar tranquility to Gotham on rainy nights. Even the criminal element seemed to pause, as if listening to the rhythm of water against stone. Tonight, however, the peace felt deceptive, like the momentary stillness before lightning strikes. "Sir, I've compiled the witness statements from the East Side Tower incident." Alfred's measured voice came through the Cowl's communication system, a familiar anchor in the endless night. "Most curious. 3 separate individuals report feeling, and I quote, watched by something ancient. Yet security footage shows nothing beyond ordinary shadow patterns." Batman's gaze tracked across the cityscape, where raindrops transformed skyscraper lights into constellations of earthbound stars. The 4th incident this week. No physical harm, only intense fear. Something circling Gotham's highest points. A flash of lightning illuminated the observation deck, casting momentary clarity across rain-slicked surfaces. In that brief illumination, Batman noticed what he'd been searching for. A pattern of droplets on the glass barrier that couldn't have been formed by natural rainfall. Someone, or something, had traced letters across the transparent surface. "You are not alone in the dark." The message appeared only when viewed from a specific angle, visible briefly when lightning charged the air. Batman photographed it through his Cowl's systems, the enhanced imaging capturing what ordinary eyes would miss. Microscopic traces of a substance mixed with the water. "Alfred, I'm sending you a sample analysis. The message appears to contain trace elements of an organic compound." As Batman collected the substance, another lightning flash revealed a silhouette against the distant clouds. A winged form larger than any bird, its movements deliberate rather than instinctual. It vanished before he could track its trajectory, melding with the storm clouds as seamlessly as breath into night air. "Sir," Alfred's voice carried a note of confirmation Batman had already anticipated. "The compound contains genetic markers consistent with Dr. Kirk Langstrom's earlier formulas. It appears our old friend has returned to Gotham skies." Batman closed his eyes momentarily, feeling the rain trace patterns across his cowl. Manbat, the brilliant scientist whose serum had transformed him into a creature of primal instinct and raw power. Their previous encounters had always ended with Langstrom returning to human form, remorseful and determined to control his creation, but something felt different this time. The message left behind suggested a mind more lucid than the creature had previously displayed. His previous transformations were complete, Batman noted. Hal instinct, no reasoning, this feels in between. Perhaps, Alfred suggested, the good doctor has found some middle ground in his formula, a concerning development certainly, but potentially promising for his condition. Thunder rolled across the city like a gentle warning as Batman prepared to follow the direction the winged form had taken. The rain intensified, creating a soothing percussion against his armor as he fired his grapnel toward the next building. Swinging through Gotham's canyons of steel and glass was always a meditation of sorts, but in the rain it became something more, a dance with the elements themselves. Each arc and descent a surrender to gravity before technology reclaimed control. Wayne Tower loomed ahead, its spire vanishing into low clouds that pulsed with internal lightning. As Batman landed on its observation platform, a security guard approached with obvious relief. "Thank goodness you're here," the guard said, his voice barely audible above the storm. "Something's been visiting, scratching messages on the windows of the executive floors." Batman followed the man into the building, water streaming from his cape to form small, reflective pools on the polished floor. The upper levels of Wayne Tower offered a 360-degree view of Gotham, currently transformed into a dreamscape by the storm. On the windows facing east, another message had been carved with precision. "The night speaks to those who listen." "When was this discovered?" Batman asked, studying the perfect claw-etched letters. "About an hour ago. Security system caught something large landing on the exterior platform, but the cameras went staticky. By the time the image cleared, just the message remained." Batman examined the glass, noting the surgical precision of the cuts. This wasn't the work of a mindless creature, but something with extraordinary control and purpose. "Has anyone else been up here tonight?" The guard shook his head. "Just regular security patrols. Though," he hesitated, weighing his next words, "Dr. Tompkins was here earlier today. She had a meeting with Mr. Fox about medical supplies for her clinic. She mentioned something about unusual patient reports. People coming in with symptoms of extreme fear but no physical trauma." Batman's interest sharpened. Leslie Tompkins was one of Gotham's most dedicated physicians, running a clinic that served anyone in need, regardless of circumstances. She was also one of the few people who knew Bruce Wayne's secret, having helped care for him after his parents' deaths. "Thank you," Batman said, turning toward the window once more. "Secure the upper floors but maintain distance if anything returns. Do not engage." The guard nodded gratefully and retreated, leaving Batman alone with the storm and the cryptic message. He placed his hand against the glass, feeling the vibration of rain and distant thunder through the material. "Alfred, contact Leslie. Ask if she can meet." "Already done, sir," came the prompt reply. "Dr. Tompkins says she has information that might be relevant to your current investigation. She's at her clinic now." Batman took one last look at the message, memorizing every detail of its execution. The creature that had written it possessed not only Langstrom's knowledge, but an awareness of its own condition that previous Manbat incarnations had lacked. The implications were both concerning and intriguing. As he launched himself back into the storm, Batman felt the rain envelop him like a second cape, its steady rhythm creating a background meditation to his thoughts. The East End clinic where Leslie worked was miles away from Wayne Tower's luxury. But Batman moved through the differing neighborhoods with equal familiarity, the city's patterns as familiar to him as the lines on his palm. Leslie's clinic remained illuminated despite the late hour, a beacon for those who had nowhere else to turn. Batman entered through the roof access she always left unlocked for him, passing through empty upper rooms before descending to her private office. The doctor was reviewing patient files, her silver hair pulled back in its customary practical style, her expression thoughtful but not alarmed when he appeared. "I wondered when you'd show up," she said without preamble. "We've had 7 patients in 3 days with the same symptoms. Intense fear without physical cause, all encountered at Gotham's highest points." Batman moved to the window, watching rain transform the clinic's small courtyard into a small pool of reflected light. "Langstrom's back, but something's different this time." Leslie nodded, closing the file she'd been reviewing. "I suspected as much. Kirk visited me 2 weeks ago, you know. He was lucid but troubled, said he'd made a breakthrough with his formula, claimed he could maintain cognitive function during transformation." "That aligns with what I'm seeing," Batman confirmed. "The incidents show planning, communication, purpose, not the random attacks of previous episodes." Leslie rose from her desk, moving to retrieve another file from a locked cabinet. "There's something else you should know. Not all the encounters have been frightening." She handed him the file. "This came in yesterday. A child from the Diamond District. She was on the balcony of her parents' penthouse when she encountered what she described as a man with wings who watches over the city." Batman opened the file to find a drawing, a child's rendering of a winged figure silhouetted against a full moon. Unlike the typical depictions of Manbat as a monster, this image conveyed something more nuanced. A sentinel, head raised as if listening to distant sounds. "She said he spoke to her," Leslie continued. "Told her that sometimes we become what we fear most so we can understand it better." Then he left a feather and flew away. The doctor retrieved a small evidence bag from her desk drawer. "I took the liberty of preserving it. The feather inside wasn't actually a feather at all, but a delicate structure that mimicked one, a modified hair follicle with the genetic properties of both human and bat tissue, engineered with Langstrom's unmistakable brilliance. He's evolving the formula," Batman said quietly, studying the specimen. "Creating something that's neither fully human nor fully bat. And perhaps that's the key," Leslie suggested, her voice carrying the compassionate wisdom that had guided many of Gotham's lost souls. "Kirk has always struggled with duality, the rational scientist versus primal instinct. Maybe he's finally finding balance, rather than swinging between extremes." Batman considered this as the rain continued its gentle percussion against the clinic windows. Manbat had always represented unleashed instinct, a warning of what Bruce himself could become if he ever surrendered completely to the darkness within. The possibility that Langstrom might have found some equilibrium between his dual natures was both hopeful and unsettling. "The victims all report fear, except for the child," he noted. "Why the difference?" Leslie smiled slightly. "Children often see without preconception. Where adults see a monster, a child might see a guardian. Perception shapes reality, especially when it comes to fear." The wisdom in her observation resonated with something deep in Batman's psyche. How often had he used fear as both weapon and shield? He had shaped himself into a figure of terror for those who preyed on innocents. Yet that same fearsome presence offered comfort to victims and children. "I need to find him," Batman said, returning the feather to Leslie, "before someone gets hurt, including Langstrom himself." "He left something else for the child," Leslie added, retrieving a sealed envelope. "Said to give it to you when you came asking questions. I haven't opened it." The envelope contained a single sheet of paper with a complex molecular diagram drawn in precise detail. modifications to Langstrom's original formula, annotated with timestamps and observations. At the bottom, a message was written in the same careful hand as the window etchings. Wayne Observatory. When the storm peaks, come alone. Some reflections require darkness to be seen clearly. Batman studied the formula, recognizing Langstrom's attempt to maintain cognitive function while in transformed state. The modifications were elegant, demonstrating the scientist's genius, but also revealing something new. The transformation was becoming more stable, less a temporary condition and more a permanent evolution. He knows, Batman said quietly, realizing the implications of the message being addressed to him at Leslie's clinic. That your Bruce Wayne? Leslie asked with gentle directness. Kirk is brilliant, and in his current state, he's operating with both human intellect and enhanced senses. More importantly, he's known you for years in both identities. Is it so surprising he might make the connection? It wasn't surprising, but it was concerning. Secret identities existed for good reason. They protected not just the individual, but everyone connected to them. Yet the message suggested not threat, but invitation. A shared confidence rather than leverage. The storm is supposed to intensify around midnight, Batman noted, glancing at the weather patterns displayed on his cowl's heads-up display. 3 hours from now, Leslie nodded. Enough time for you to prepare and, Bruce, she added, reverting to his true name with the privilege of one who had known him since childhood. Remember that Kirk is fighting his own battle between identities. Perhaps that's why he's reaching out to someone who understands that struggle. The observation carried weight that Batman couldn't dismiss. He had devoted his life to maintaining the division between Bruce Wayne and Batman, controlling when each persona emerged, and Langstrom's condition forced transformation outside his control. Yet now he seemed to be finding some middle path. I'll keep you updated, Batman promised, moving back toward the way he had entered. Be careful, Leslie called after him, and remember, sometimes understanding requires us to see through another's eyes, no matter how alien they might seem. The rain had settled into a steady rhythm as Batman returned to the rooftops, the earlier downpour gentling into something almost meditative. He used the time to return to the Batcave, where Alfred was already analyzing the formula Langstrom had provided. Fascinating work, the butler commented as Batman arrived, droplets of rain still clinging to his cape like constellations. Dr. Langstrom appears to have introduced a stabilizing agent that allows for partial cognitive retention during transformation. Batman removed his cowl, becoming Bruce Wayne in the sanctuary of the cave. He's maintaining awareness during transformation, potentially unable to fully return to human form. Indeed, Alfred nodded, displaying molecular comparison charts on the main computer. Based on these modifications, the transformation appears less volatile, but more permanent. Ruth studied the data, seeing the elegant desperation in Langstrom's work. The scientist had always sought a cure for his condition, but these modifications suggested he might be accepting it instead, learning to live with the transformation rather than reverse it. He wants to meet at the Wayne Observatory at midnight, Bruce said, examining the weather patterns displayed on an adjacent screen. The storm center will be directly overhead at that time. A rather dramatic choice of venue, Alfred observed dryly, though I suppose someone who transforms into a bat-human hybrid can be forgiven a flair for the theatrical. The observation drew a rare smile from Bruce. We all have our methods, Alfred. Indeed, sir. Though some of us express our inner demons with expensive equipment rather than genetic modification. Alfred placed a cup of tea near Bruce's hand. I've taken the liberty of updating your cowl's sonic defenses. If Dr. Langstrom's condition has stabilized as these formulas suggest, his echolocation abilities may have enhanced as well. Bruce nodded in appreciation, simultaneously reviewing the history of his encounters with Manbat. Kirk Langstrom had never been a villain in the traditional sense, merely a scientist whose ambition had outpaced his caution. Each encounter had ended with Langstrom returned to human form, remorseful and determined to control his creation. But permanent transformation would change everything, not just for Langstrom, but for his wife, Francine, and the life he had built. "Alfred," Bruce asked quietly, "do you think it's possible to live between two identities? Not alternating between them, but existing in both simultaneously?" The butler paused in his work, regarding Bruce with the perceptive wisdom earned through decades of service. "I believe, Master Bruce, that you have been doing precisely that for many years now. The question is whether you see your dual nature as balance or division." It was a profound observation that Bruce had no immediate answer for. He had always considered Bruce Wayne and Batman as separate entities, necessary masks for different aspects of his mission. The possibility that they might be integrated rather than divided was both unsettling and oddly liberating. "Prepare the Batwing," he said after a moment of reflection. "The observatory is isolated, and the storm will make grapnel transport risky." "Already done, sir," Alfred replied. "And might I suggest the thermal adaptive suit? The observatory's altitude combined with tonight's weather system will create quite dramatic temperature variations." As Bruce changed into the suggested equipment, he found himself contemplating Langstrom's message. "Some reflections require darkness to be seen clearly." The scientist had always been drawn to bats for their ability to navigate darkness through means other than sight, using sound to create mental maps of their surroundings. Perhaps this meeting was Langstrom's attempt to help Bruce see something that remained invisible in the light. The Batwing cut through the storm clouds like a silent phantom, its advanced systems compensating for wind shear and lightning discharges with minimal intervention required from its pilot. Bruce let the aircraft's gentle motion center his thoughts, preparing for a confrontation that felt more like a consultation than a conflict. Wayne Observatory stood isolated on Gotham's highest peak, a structure built by Thomas Wayne decades ago to study astronomical phenomena away from the city's light pollution. Now it sat surrounded by storm clouds, its dome a darker shadow against the turbulent sky. As the Batwing approached, Bruce scanned the structure for signs of Langstrom's presence. The observatory's main power appeared offline, but auxiliary systems maintained minimal function, enough to operate the dome mechanism without full illumination. Perfect conditions for a creature comfortable in darkness. Bruce landed the aircraft on the observatory's reinforced platform, designed originally for equipment delivery rather than visitors. Rain pelted the Batwing's exterior as he prepared to disembark, the storm intensifying as predicted. "I've established connection with the observatory's remaining active systems," Alfred informed him through the cow's communication link. "Limited functionality, but I can operate the dome remotely if necessary." "Keep communications open but passive," Bruce instructed, pulling the cow back over his features, becoming Batman once more. "You wanted this meeting private. As you wish, sir. I shall be discreetly omnipresent, as always." The observatory's entrance yielded to Batman's override codes, revealing an interior illuminated only by emergency lighting and occasional lightning flashes through the dome's observation ports. The main telescope dominated the center of the circular room, its massive form pointed currently at the storm-filled sky overhead rather than distant stars. "I wasn't sure you'd come alone." The voice seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere, carrying human intonation but with harmonic undertones no human vocal cords could produce. Batman didn't turn immediately, allowing his senses to map the space around him. pinpointing the speaker's location near the dome's highest point. "You asked for a private meeting, Langstrom," he replied evenly. "I'm respecting that request." Movement whispered overhead, the subtle displacement of air by large wings controlled with precision that spoke of extensive practice. A form descended gradually from the shadows, landing on the telescope's main support strut with perfect balance. The creature before him was unmistakably Kirk Langstrom, yet transformed beyond previous incarnations of Manbat, where earlier versions had been monstrous and feral. This being displayed an unsettling harmony of human and bat characteristics. His overall form remained humanoid, but covered in sleek brown fur that seemed almost elegant rather than bestial. The face balanced human features with bat-like aspects, larger ears, adapted nose structure, eyes that caught light differently than human ones. Most striking were the wings, no longer awkward appendages, but graceful extensions that folded against his body with natural ease. "Thank you for coming, Batman. Or would you prefer Bruce in this private setting?" Batman remained still, neither confirming nor denying. "You've stabilized the formula." Langstrom made a sound that might have been a laugh, though it carried sonic elements beyond human hearing range. "Not stabilized, accepted. There's a difference." He gestured to his transformed body. "This isn't a temporary condition anymore. It's evolution. Evolution implies improvement," Batman observed. "Is this truly better than human form?" Langstrom tilted his head, a gesture both scholarly and animal in its curiosity. "Better? Perhaps not. Different, certainly. More honest in its way." He moved along the strut with perfect balance, his movements fluid and confident. "We all wear masks, Bruce. Mine has simply become literal as well as metaphorical." Batman studied the transformed scientist, noting the intelligence that remained clearly present in his gaze. "You've been leaving messages across Gotham, visiting its highest points. I needed to understand my new capabilities before making contact," Langstrom explained. "And yes, I wanted to be seen, to observe reactions. Fear is fascinating from the other side, isn't it? Something you've known for years." "The message at Wayne Tower," Batman prompted. "The night speaks to those who listen." "What did you mean?" Langstrom spread his wings partially, the movement graceful rather than threatening. "Exactly what it says. In this form, I hear Gotham differently. The vibrations of buildings settling, the harmonics of wind through skyscrapers. The city sings at night, and almost no one listens." He paused, head tilting again. "Except you. You've always listened to Gotham's darkness." Lightning flashed overhead, temporarily illuminating the dome in stark white light. In that moment, Batman saw something in Langstrom's expression. Not the madness he had anticipated, but a profound calm, almost meditative. "Why contact me now?" Batman asked. "Why not go to STR Labs or contact Francine?" "Because you understand liminality," Langstrom replied simply. "Living between states of being, not quite one thing, not quite another." He gestured to Batman's cowl. "Man and symbol, human and myth. I needed someone who wouldn't immediately try to cure me, someone who might understand that some transformations cannot, perhaps should not, be reversed." The observation cut closer to Batman's core identity than he had expected. He had always viewed his dual nature as necessary compartmentalization rather than integration. Bruce Wayne and Batman serving different functions in his mission. The attacks, Batman redirected. People experiencing fear without physical harm. "Not attacks," Langstrom corrected gently. "Encounters. I needed to understand how people perceive this form. Fear was the predominant response. Yes, but not universal." He shifted position, moving to perch on the telescope's eyepiece support. The child at the penthouse saw differently. No preconceptions, no ingrained fear response. She saw possibility. Batman recalled the drawing from Leslie's clinic. The winged figure as sentinel rather than monster. Your formula affects the mind along with the body. How can you be certain your own perceptions remain reliable? Langstrom nodded, acknowledging the valid concern. I can't be, entirely. That's partly why I've sought you out. I need an external reference point, someone whose judgment I trust. His wings adjusted slightly, compensating for a gust of wind that penetrated the dome's seams. The formula enhances certain cognitive functions while altering others. My sensory processing has expanded exponentially. My emotional responses are differently calibrated, meaning I experience emotions with greater intensity but less identification, Langstrom explained. I feel deeply but not always in ways I can name using human terminology. It's rather like trying to describe color to someone who perceives an entirely different spectrum. Thunder rolled overhead, its vibrations causing subtle shifts in the observatory's ancient structure. Batman noticed how Langstrom's ears moved minutely, tracking sounds beyond human perception. You're navigating by echolocation, Batman observed. Even in this conversation, Langstrom's expression shifted to something approximating a smile. Yes, I'm seeing you in ways beyond visual. Your heartbeat, the microscopic movements of facial muscles beneath your cowl, the way sound waves interact with your body. It's intimate in a way human interaction rarely achieves. The revelation should have felt invasive, but instead carried an odd resonance. Batman had trained himself to read others through minute cues. Langstrom was simply doing the same through different means. The formula you sent through Leslie, Batman said. You've made it permanent? Not irreversible, Langstrom clarified, but stable. I remain in this form by choice now, not compulsion. I can shift back toward humanity but never completely return. His wings folded closer to his body, a gesture almost like a shrug. The question has become whether I should, rather than whether I could. And Francine? Your colleagues? Your life? A shadow of genuine grief passed across Langstrom's transformed features. That's the true cost. Francine knows I've communicated with her, though not face to face. She's processing. As for my work, I've arranged extended leave. Beyond that, he trailed off, looking upward where the storm continued to intensify above the dome. Beyond that lies the unknown, which is why I needed to speak with someone who has already walked the path of dual existence. Batman moved closer to the central telescope, careful to maintain non-threatening body language. You believe I have answers. I believe you have experience, Langstrom corrected. You've maintained two distinct identities for years, serving different purposes but ultimately integrated within one consciousness. I'm attempting something similar but without your years of practice. The characterization was accurate enough to give Batman pause. He had never thought of his dual identity as integration, always as separation, compartmentalization. Bruce Wayne and Batman as distinct entities sharing a physical form. Yet Langstrom saw it differently, as harmony rather than division. What do you want from me, Kirk? Langstrom dropped from his perch to land soundlessly on the observatory floor, maintaining a respectful distance. Up close, the harmony of his transformation was even more apparent, neither fully human nor completely animal, but something that honored both origins. Understanding, he replied simply, and perhaps permission. Permission to exist, Langstrom clarified, to remain in Gotham, to find purpose in this form, rather than viewing it as a condition to be cured. His wings shifted, catching the dim emergency lighting in ways that created subtle patterns across the observatory floor. I'm neither villain nor monster, Bruce. Just a man who has transformed beyond conventional parameters. I need to know if you can accept that. If there's place in your conception of Gotham for something neither human nor beast. The question penetrated deeper than Batman had anticipated. Gotham had always contained multitudes. Humans, metahumans, visitors from other dimensions. Yet each occupied a defined category in his mental framework. Langstrom was proposing something different. Existence between categories. A state of perpetual liminality. What would you do? How would you live? As I have begun to, in the spaces between, Langstrom answered. I cannot return to my human life completely, but I retain the knowledge and purpose that defined Kirk Langstrom. I would continue my research, though through different methods. Observe Gotham from perspectives few can access. He paused, considering. Perhaps even help, in ways uniquely suited to these capabilities. Help how? Batman asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. This form perceives Gotham differently, Langstrom explained. I hear conversations carried on wind currents from blocks away. I sense temperature variations that indicate hidden rooms or recent movements. I can traverse the city using air currents in ways no human technology can match. His expression grew more serious. I'm not proposing to become a vigilante, Bruce, but I could be. An observer, a sentinel. Someone who watches from different heights and hears through different frequencies. The storm overhead had intensified to its predicted peak. Thunder, now a nearly continuous rumble that vibrated through the observatory's structure. Lightning illuminated the dome in strobing flashes, creating a natural rhythm that seemed to underscore the significance of the conversation. You would maintain control? Batman asked. Previous versions of your formula eventually overwhelmed your human consciousness. That was the fundamental flaw, Langstrom acknowledged. I treated the transformation as something to be controlled rather than integrated, fighting against the bat nature rather than harmonizing with it. He spread his wings partially, the gesture emphasizing his point. This version achieves balance. Neither fully human consciousness nor completely bat instinct, but a synthesis that honors both. Batman considered the implications. A being with Langstrom's intelligence combined with Manbat's sensory capabilities could indeed be a powerful ally, or a devastating opponent if that balance ever shifted. How can I be certain this equilibrium will hold? You can't, Langstrom answered with simple honesty. No more than I can be certain your own balance between Bruce Wayne and Batman will remain stable through all future circumstances. We are both experiments in duality, Bruce. The difference is that yours was chosen, while mine began as accident, though it has become choice, through acceptance. The frankness of the response was oddly reassuring. Langstrom wasn't offering false guarantees, just authentic acknowledgement of shared uncertainty. Why Gotham? Batman asked. Why not start somewhere new where Manbat isn't already known and feared? For the same reason you remain, Langstrom replied. It's home. It's where I understand the patterns, the rhythms, the meaning beneath surface appearances. His expression softened slightly, and perhaps because Gotham, more than most places, has learned to accommodate the strange and unusual, to find value in what others might fear. The observation carried undeniable truth. Gotham had always been a city of shadows and secrets, of hidden depths and unexpected resilience. Its citizens had grown accustomed to the extraordinary dwelling alongside the mundane. The child you spoke to, Batman said, recalling the drawing in Leslie's file. You told her, sometimes we become what we fear most so we can understand it better. Was that meant for her or for yourself? Both, Langstrom admitted, and perhaps for you as well. He moved toward one of the dome's observation ports, gazing out at the storm-lashed city below. We've all chosen to embrace what others fear, haven't we? You became the night itself, turning fear into purpose. I've become a creature of instinct and darkness, finding harmony rather than horror in the transformation. The parallel wasn't perfect, but it carried enough truth to resonate. Batman had, indeed, shaped himself into a figure of fear, not out of desire to terrify, but to channel that fear toward constructive purpose. Langstrom appeared to be attempting something similar with his own transformed state. What happens now? Batman asked. Langstrom turned back from the viewport, his expression calm despite the storm raging outside. That depends on whether you see me as threat or possibility. I've come to you out of respect, Bruce. You've defended Gotham against genuine monsters for years. I needed you to understand that I don't intend to become one of them. The sincerity in Langstrom's voice was unmistakable, even through its inhuman harmonics. Batman studied him carefully, looking beyond the transformed exterior to the essence of the man he had known, a brilliant scientist whose ambition had led to unexpected consequences, but whose core ethics had remained intact throughout previous episodes. I can't promise I won't monitor your activities, Batman said finally, but I accept your intentions. Relief visibly passed through Langstrom's posture, wings relaxing slightly from their previous tension. That's all I can reasonably ask. Acceptance, not blind trust. What about the messages on the buildings? Batman asked. They caused fear. An unintended consequence, Langstrom acknowledged. I was experimenting with communication methods, learning how to express complex thoughts with these new physical capabilities. He gestured to his transformed hands, which retained remarkable dexterity despite their altered form. I won't continue leaving public messages. The intention was never to frighten. Batman nodded, accepting the explanation. And Francine, will you attempt reconciliation? Something profoundly human passed across Langstrom's features, a mixture of hope and resignation that transcended his transformed appearance. Eventually, when I've fully accepted this new existence myself, she deserves to meet me as I am now, not as I'm still becoming. The wisdom in that decision suggested Langstrom truly had maintained his human capacity for empathy and understanding, even as his physical form had evolved beyond humanity. The storm overhead began to show the first signs of passing, its rhythm changing from constant thunder to occasional rumbles. Dawn was still hours away, but the storm's peak had passed, symbolic timing that neither man could have orchestrated. I should go, Langstrom said, moving toward one of the dome's maintenance hatches. The storm's clearing will make me more visible to anyone watching the observatory. Kirk, Batman said as the transformed scientist prepared to depart. The message you left at Wayne Tower. You are not alone in the dark. Was that meant for Gotham, or for me specifically? Langstrom paused, his expression thoughtful. Perhaps both. Gotham has always had guardians in its shadows, you chief among them. But even guardians need reminders sometimes that darkness can hold communion as well as isolation. He spread his wings, their span impressive in the confined space. We see differently in darkness, Bruce, not just with technology or evolved senses, but with perspective. Some truths can only be perceived when direct light doesn't overwhelm them. With that philosophical observation, Langstrom activated the maintenance hatch and slipped through the opening with fluid grace. Batman moved to the viewport, watching as the winged figure soared into the diminishing storm, riding air currents with effortless precision before disappearing among Gotham's architectural canyons. Sir? Alfred's voice returned through the cowl's communication system. Positive. I monitored the conversation as requested. Most illuminating. Your assessment? Batman asked, knowing Alfred's insight often penetrated to the heart of complex situations. Dr. Langstrom appears to have achieved something rather remarkable. Acceptance without surrender. He has integrated his transformed state rather than fighting against it, while maintaining his essential humanity. The butler paused briefly. Not unlike someone else of my acquaintance, though the physical manifestations differ somewhat. Batman allowed himself a small smile at Alfred's perceptive comparison. He sees Batman and Bruce Wayne as integration rather than division, two aspects of the same being rather than separate identities. A perspective worth consideration, perhaps, Alfred suggested. Whereas all are authentic expressions of who you are, Master Bruce, neither is more real than the other, merely suited to different purposes and contexts. It was a profound observation that resonated with unexpected depth. Batman had always conceptualized his dual identity as necessary compartmentalization, Bruce Wayne and Batman as distinct entities serving different functions. But Langstrom's perspective offered an alternative interpretation, not division but harmony, different facets of a unified whole. The storm is passing, Batman noted, watching as patches of clear sky began appearing between cloud formations. I'll return to the cave. Very good, sir. I shall have refreshments waiting, suitable for either Batman or Bruce Wayne, whichever returns. Alfred's gentle humor contained wisdom that echoed Langstrom's earlier words. As Batman returned to the Batwing, he found himself contemplating the transformed scientist's philosophical observations about darkness revealing what light conceals. Perhaps his own divided existence wasn't division at all, but simply different aspects of the same truth, visible through different perceptual frameworks. The Batwing rose from the observatory's platform, its silent engines carrying him back toward Wayne Manor as the storm continued its gradual dispersal. Below, Gotham stretched out like a living organism of light and shadow, its patterns forming a language all its own for those who knew how to read it. Somewhere among those patterns, a winged figure navigated by senses beyond human capability. Neither monster nor man, but something that honored both origins. Batman found himself curious about what Langstrom might observe from his unique vantage point. What aspects of Gotham might be visible only through such transformed perception? As dawn approached, Batman returned to the Batcave, the sanctuary where his own transformations between identities typically occurred. Tonight, however, the transition felt less like changing masks and more like shifting focus. Different aspects of the same essence rather than separate entities sharing one form. Productive evening, sir? Alfred inquired as Batman emerged from the Batwing. Unexpectedly so, he acknowledged. Removing his cowl with practiced ease, Langstrom has found balance in his transformation. Not a cure, but acceptance. A powerful distinction, Alfred observed, helping Bruce remove the armored suit. Accepting circumstances rather than fighting against them often reveals possibilities that remain hidden when we resist reality. The wisdom in Alfred's statement echoed Langstrom's earlier observations about perception and darkness. Bruce found himself contemplating how much of his life had been devoted to resisting rather than integrating, keeping Bruce Wayne and Batman carefully separated rather than acknowledging them as complementary aspects of his complete self. Alfred, he said quietly as dawn light began filtering through the cave's hidden apertures, do you think it's possible to live as both Bruce Wayne and Batman without division? Not separate identities, but unified purpose expressed through different means. The butler paused, regarding Bruce with the perceptive wisdom earned through decades of service. I believe, Master Bruce, that you have always been both simultaneously. The division exists primarily in how you conceptualize yourself, not in your essential nature. His expression softened with genuine affection. The boy who lost his parents that night wanted both justice and meaning. Batman provides the former, Bruce Wayne the latter. Neither is dispensable if you wish to remain whole. It was a profound observation that Bruce had never fully considered. Perhaps his rigid compartmentalization had been unnecessary, a defensive mechanism against the fear that one identity might overwhelm the other, rather than acknowledging both as essential components of his complete self. As he ascended the stairs toward Wayne Manor proper, Bruce found himself contemplating Langstrom's final words about darkness revealing truths that light conceals. His encounter with the transformed scientist had illuminated something within himself, the possibility that integration, rather than division, might offer a more sustainable path forward. Outside, the storm had completely passed, leaving Gotham washed clean in early morning light. Somewhere in that freshly illuminated city, Kirk Langstrom was navigating his new existence, neither fully human nor completely other, but something that honored both origins while discovering new possibilities in the spaces between. Bruce paused at the manor's east-facing windows, watching as sunrise transformed Gotham's skyline from shadowed mystery to clear-edged reality. Both perspectives revealed truth, he realized. Neither complete without the other, each valuable in its own context. Some reflections require darkness to be seen clearly, he murmured, recalling Langstrom's written message. In that quiet moment between night and day, between Batman and Bruce Wayne, he understood what the transformed scientist had truly offered. Not just acceptance of Langstrom's continued presence in Gotham, but a mirror in which Bruce might see his own divided nature more completely. The realization brought neither dramatic revelation nor immediate change, but something more valuable. A gentle shift in perspective, a new possibility to consider as he moved forward. Batman would continue to guard Gotham's shadows, Bruce Wayne its daylight hours, not as separate entities, but as complementary expressions of a unified purpose. And somewhere among Gotham's highest spires, a winged figure might occasionally be glimpsed against the moon or stars. Not monster, but sentinel, watching from heights and perspectives few could access, listening to the city's whispered secrets carried on night winds. Not alone in the darkness, but in communion with it, finding meaning in the spaces between defined categories, purpose in transformation rather than division. As Bruce turned from the window to greet the new day, he carried that understanding with him, a gift from one who had found harmony rather than conflict between seemingly irreconcilable aspects of self. Batman and Bruce Wayne, darkness and light, fear and hope, not opposing forces, but complementary aspects of the same essential truth, reflected differently depending on where one stood to observe it. In that quiet acceptance lay not surrender but strength, the recognition that wholeness comes not from rigid separation, but from honoring all facets of one's nature. It was a lesson worth contemplating, as dawn gradually transformed Gotham from the city Batman protected to the one Bruce Wayne helped build. Different perspectives on the same beloved home, each revealing truths the other might miss. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.